I say give me a F, and let them know that is the code. Oh Lord, some say the code is this, some tell we it's that, but I got here the facts. Give me. We experiencing a global phenomenon. With serious issues, mankind choose to fool around. Then they go find out, facing real consequences, that when you play childish games, you win foolish prizes. The mighty US of A, look how them in disarray, because they forget the first dose of madness. So with the short-term memory, they welcome back Donald T to give that fascist a second term in office. But after they take the bait and they realize what is the fate, enough of them want to change the vote, but it is too late. You see the F-A, F-O, you see the F-A, now they go F-O. Plenty immigrants made their choice. Uncle Donald they supporting, but he put their support on ice and themselves he start deporting. F-A, F-O, you see the F-A, now they go F-O. But now Donald breaks in because it now so keen. He naming the Epstein files, so they now studying like they're voting a presidential pedophile. F-A, F-O, I said the F-A, now they go F-O. You see when you're F around, there's no doubt. Even Uncle Sam will find out that what's sour in Bam Bam starts sweet in the mouth. When you shout F-A, F-O, tell you that is, tell them that is the code. Oh, say, can you see? Come in. Trinidad love all fours, you know that is the truth. So when America Trump, we just follow suit. If them madam morons is America's concern, well, we present government is easily their clones. From 2010 to 15, the tenure was so obscene, scandalize the land and destroy we economy. What? Like we missed the free for all, incompetence and bubble. So we bring them back to finish mash up the country. And as they assume their roles, I set a square peg in wrong holes. Now plenty people who help them win at the polls. Feel the F-A, F-O, they say the F-A, now they go F-O. The two worst Alexanders in the world can't team make ministers. One is a racist troll and one need a West Indian first primer. F-A, F-O, I say the F-A, now we go F-O. Meanwhile Tanti setting up TNT in people worship where we in place. She should have let the Yankee army plant the red eye in she pink palace. F-A, F-O, I say the F-A, now she go F-O. You see when you're F wrong, there's no doubt. But so non grata must find out that what's sour in Bam Bam starts sweet in she mouth. Sing it out. F-A, F-O, tell you that is, tell them that is the code. Cause when code yellow wins, corruption begins. Where's the real code? Let me talk to the doc. Doc, you had the mandate of most of the electorate, not to mention the support of your party base. Somehow you took that to mean you could manipulate and dictate the decision of who should take your place. And because you were the top dog, you move like an overlord. You find when you tell them jump, they should have asked how high. You set out to sway the vote, offer up a young scapegoat to just get a kobo sweat after you say bye-bye. You delay party convention, play with party constitution, and figure you could have gerrymander the outcome. But your F-A, F-O, your F-A, and then your F-O. You chain up the young man for truth to snap the election finger that's fast. Although every poll warn you, that would not be a short patas. F-A-F-O. Yeah, F-A. Now all of we F-O. So for your voters who stayed away, you certainly have a part to play. But they feel like they get betrayed, like it has snake in the valleys. F-A-F-O. So you're F-A. Now all of we F-O. You see when you're F-A wrong without doubt, even strong leaders find out that what's our in bam bam starts sweet in the mouth. When you shout F-A-F-O, and that is, tell them that is the code. So let's do this. Let's do this red and ready to oppose. Give me a F. Give me a A. Another F. Give me a O.
Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. Ball, all you come, yes. All you good, yes. I was lying with some old men before the election, and well, I was amazed of their discussion. They were discussing the election of 2025, how Africans were selling cheap and UNC buying dead or alive. One old man shout out, fellas, give me your attention. UNC can't win by themselves, no election. You see, they're sitting and they're planning to make a decision. So she called out Shilaga, who the old FIFA wanted man. She said, call the trade union, let we start negotiations. And we could call out a big sale and we go buy out some Africans. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying Africans. Sing the thing. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying Africans. She don't have all she chance, and she the honor rhymes. Now what she need is some slave names, man, some big strong Africans. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying good or bad. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. Tobago and Trinidad. Oh, somebody pinch me. Hey, UNC sitting and they're waiting patiently. With about 16 safe seats, they don't win that already. The woman said, I have my people and they are born UNCs. Now all I need is some Africans who got their names out of slavery. She said that she hear they're really selling cheap, and she could buy them very cheap, 500 and a jersey. A lot of people will cry when she's finished with CPEP, because she is not holding back them and them have nothing to get. She said this party be for country, all you never, never forget. She will care for her people and she have no blasting regrets. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying Africans. She buying Africans for sale, for sale. Listen, we buying Africans. She said we like crab in a barrel. We pulling each other down. But I want their votes, so I jam them the winning song. And so they know it. Africans when UNC wins, everybody wins. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. Tobago and Trinidad. Hi, who called me? I want this verse slow, right? black mines in Tobago. She's working on them with ease. But she's not afraid because monkeys say cool breeze. She said the last time she was easy, this time there is no room for mistakes. Cause when she's done with Tobago, it's either they make or break. She has her eyes on Moruga, especially Samuel Cooper. They got a lot of P&M houses, but none of them can remember. She's buying some in 6 Company because they're nice, they're bad and they're trim. Their ancestors came from Africa and all of them is Americans. She passed through 5 Company and she bounced up Madingo. Well, boy, she make she name cause she get Africans for Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying Africans. Kill them. Africans for sale, for sale. Listen this. We buying Africans. Doc Faisabad was pretty serious with her reading the cemetery. He said I'm waiting for refinery point and man had to be crazy. What? Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying good or bad. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. Tobago and Trinidad. I never meet to commercial man so. She said my people are loyal. They don't vote for other parties. But them P&M people just show them some money, staggered roti. She said, I have my safe seats in the safe hands of Caroni. She go on to St. Couva, straight down to St. Paris. She said, I love my people. For 10 years we out in the rain. But when I get back in there, things will never be the same. To all of my people, you must get your rightful place. And I don't care who's sitting there and think I am talking race. You all know what's hurting me. You see that, Dr. Rowley? We don't hide up all we money. The damn man change the currency. Hey! Africans for sale, hey, for sale, hey, for sale. Hey. We buying Africans. Kill them. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying Africans. They bought out PSA. They got them for 10%. Now they could beat the chest and laugh cause they know it's money well spent. All their love, all their Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. We buying good or bad. Africans for sale, for sale, for sale. Tobago and Trinidad.
Information provided by the speakers and or presenter on Facebook and YouTube is for general informational purposes only. All information is provided in good faith. However, Constructive Talk makes no representation or warranty of any kind, express or implied, regarding the accuracy, adequacy, validity, reliability, availability, or completeness of this information.
If you are trying to make your way east along the Church of Roosevelt Highway,
We as human beings, Americans being here are trying to change this.
I hear from way up here the sounds of disturbing images, and it seems to appear that we in TNT, we don't care. Like we're trying to move forward, but we're stuck in reverse gear. I hear the echoes of death row, and it make me get worked up. It make me get worked up. We need a new liberty. We need positivity in surplus. We need a shot of glucose. We need a bath with blue soap. We need the kind of change that will come around with more than 1 or 2 votes. We need the kind of change that affordable to the rich man or the man that too broke. TNT, we need a new hope.
Where the Queen's back? Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. If you can look as far as I see, within this great land we call TNT, there's birds and bees, rivers and seas, pretty woman bringing man to their knees. Treasures of this blessed land we always neglect like ISO and pan. I find it so strange the way we arrange. Still this nation don't know how to change. To some change might just mean a new car, could mean less than $1. To most change have this nice scent we usually get from the government. You see, change is something we always say, but every time we change things remain the same way. Things keep getting worse and worse, so this is what I propose. Let's change the change for a better nation. Change the change for all foundations. Change the change so that we could say that this nation here came from quite down there. I say change the change within we school systems. Stop changing ministers and change what we teach them. But things won't change despite all we do if change doesn't start with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ba, ba, la, ba, la. It's murders, killings galore. So much gunmen fighting meaningless war. I can't tell you stay, can't tell you go, cause this still the land we used to know. Homeless, every corner you meet, and they complimented by our dirty streets. Then we wonder why in our sister isle, why they don't like Trinis to come and spend time. Well, you see, it's much more than paving our old road, and it's greater than fixing a lamp pole. Changes about the whole nation and how we are portrayed when the party done. Who set these standards in my TNT? Really wish somebody here could tell me. It's just the same thing again and again, like we leaders don't use their brain. So change the change within our country. Change the change so the whole world could see. Change the change for a better future, so we don't have to depend on our next mayor. I say change the change within we society, otherwise we have a bandit factory. But things won't change despite all we do if change doesn't start with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ba, 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 da. In our youth, we leave all the weight, cause in most leaders, we done a lost faith. They full of such greed. Oh Father, I plead, please Lord have some mercy on their seeds. Cause the youth are trying their best, but they're born in this place of lies and comments. So eventually, when things get heavy, chances are they might turn out just like we. But you see, could put an end to all this foolishness and could break this chain link of sadness. Change could help our leaders to grow and start preparing youths for tomorrow. Don't see change as something timely and start seeing change as your duty. To stop them from hurting one day is we had to point the way. So change the change for better transparency. Change the change for better economy. Change the change so no man one day will take we money and just fly away. I say change the change for young Calypsonians and stop saying culture is in good hands. But things won't change despite all we do if change doesn't start with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Da, 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 da. For those who don't know how to arrange or what I might mean by change the change, it means restructure what is regular so that we can have a different culture. From Kaiso, they get solutions, but still they treat us like the stupid ones. They neglecting we repeatedly, constantly insulting our country. But if we change, we'll understand to value each other, and change would mean there's a better future. I hope one day our leaders know through culture and media is how people grow. While they're fighting politically, wasting the nation's time and money, they're paying people for advisory, but like my own it is for free. So change the change for the struggling pan man. Change the change for that old Kaisonian. Change the change for the elderly, so grandma and grandpa could die happy. I said change the change for all opposition, so next time they'll approve legislation. But things won't change despite all we do if change doesn't start with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ba, ba, la, la, la. Hola, hola,
Change the Change by Mr. Helan Francis. Change the Change. What a song. What a song to keep us as a nation in check. A song to keep our nation in check. Today is the 18th. Yep, the 18th of August 2026. And it's always a privilege and a pleasure to be on Constructive Talk. Yes, even though it's my platform, I always deem it a pleasure and a privilege to be on Constructive Talk for several reasons. You know, because I'm alive, I'm above dirt. You know, I always hear the young people say another day above dirt is a good day. So I want to thank God, first of all, for life and being above dirt today. And today was a nice day. Today was a nice day. So I want to play for you a clip I want you to listen to before we get into any discussion here today on Constructive Talk. Take a listen to this.
A lion was chasing a deer, trying to make it his prey. As the deer ran for its life, it came across two strong bulls, one black and one white. "Please save me," the deer begged. "If you don't help me, the lion will kill me." The black bull and the white bull replied, "Don't worry, we'll deal with the lion." When the lion arrived, he growled, "That deer is my prey. Move aside and let me take it." The black bull stepped forward and said, "She is our friend, and we will never let you harm her." The lion warned them, "You are making a mistake." But the white bull replied, "Do whatever you want. As long as she is under our protection, you will not touch her." Unable to defeat both bulls together, the lion walked away and began thinking of a way to separate them. Soon he called a fox and said, "Find a way to make those two bulls fight each other once they are separated. I'll kill them one by one." The fox agreed and immediately went to work. First, she visited the white bull and whispered, "Don't tell anyone I told you this, but you are handsome and intelligent. The black bull is jealous of you." Then she went to the black bull and said, "You are strong and powerful." Yet the white bull tells everyone that the only reason you survived the lion is because of his intelligence. He says without him, the lion would have eaten you long ago. That isn't fair. You do most of the hard work, yet he takes all the credit. Slowly, suspicion and resentment began to grow between the two bulls. Their arguments became more frequent, and one day they decided to live separately. The lion had been waiting for this moment. First, he attacked the black bull and killed him. Then the fox informed him that the white bull was now wandering alone in the forest. The lion quickly found him and made him his next meal. The lesson is simple. As long as brothers, friends, or allies stand together, very few enemies can harm them. But the moment they allow division and mistrust to separate them, there will always be someone waiting to take advantage of their loneliness. A lion was chasing a deer, trying to make it his prey as the deer ran for its life. It came across two strong bulls, one black and one white. "Please save me," the deer begged. "If you don't help me, the lion will kill me." The black bull and the white bull replied, "Don't worry, we'll deal with the lion." When the lion arrived, he growled, "That deer is my prey. Move aside and let me take it." The black bull stepped forward and said, "She is our friend, and we will never let you harm her." The lion warned them, "You are making a mistake." But the white bull replied, "Do whatever you want. As long as she is under our protection, you will not touch her." Unable to defeat both bulls together, the lion walked away and began thinking of a way to separate them. Soon he called a fox and said, "Find a way to make those two bulls fight each other once they are separated. I'll kill them one by one." The fox agreed and immediately went to work. First, she visited the white bull and whispered, "Don't tell anyone I told you this, but you are handsome and intelligent. The black bull is jealous of you." Then she went to the black bull and said, "You are strong and powerful." Yet the white bull tells everyone that the only reason you survived the lion is because of his intelligence. He says without him, the lion would have eaten you long ago. That isn't fair. You do most of the hard work, yet he takes all the credit. Slowly, suspicion and resentment began to grow between the two bulls. Their arguments became more frequent, and one day they decided to live separately. The lion had been waiting for this moment. First, he attacked the black bull and killed him. Then the fox informed him that the white bull was now wandering alone in the forest. The lion quickly found him and made him his next meal. The lesson is simple. As long as brothers, friends, or allies stand together, very few enemies can harm them. But the moment they allow division and mistrust to separate them, there will always be someone waiting to take advantage of their loneliness.
Good evening. Good evening again, Trinidad and Tobago. I wonder if you all listen to that. I wonder if you all listen to that story I played for you just now there. I wonder if you all really listened to that story I played for you all there. I really, really hope you all listened to that story. I hope you all got something from that story. I really, really hope so. I really, really, really hope that you all listened to that story and got something out of that story. You know, I would really like to open up the lines. I'd really like to open up the lines and just hear from you guys if you all got anything from that story. What you all got from that story. What you all got from that story. I would love to open up the phone lines now and hear from you all what you got from that story. If you got anything at all from that story. You all got anything at all from that story? I would like to know. I would really like to know if persons got anything at all from that story. Anything at all from that story. 464-7003. 464-7003. Did you get anything? What did you, if you were to say, call in and say, Pastor Google, I got this is what I got from that story. I would like to hear what you got from that story. 464-7003. Mr. Good evening to those of you joining me and now joining me and you want to know, well, what am I talking about? I just played a story a while ago for those of you who are online with me and for you to listen and tell me what you got out of that story. I would like to know what you got out of the story that I played a while ago. Played a story a while ago and I saw it in a group. Saw it in a WhatsApp group and I personally told the person in the WhatsApp group, thank you. You know, thanks for that message from that story. And I'm tempted to play it again, but I want to see if anybody would call in and say, Pastor Google, this is what I got from that story that you just played. I played a story. I don't know how many of you heard it, but I would really like, okay, division, divide and rule. Divide and rule. Somebody said that that's what they got from the story. Divide and rule. So somebody on YouTube just replied and said what they got from the story is that there's something called divide and rule. Interesting. So I'm willing to open up the phone lines for you to call in 464. Play it again. All right. So let me play it again, and I want you all to listen to it one more time, and then I want for you all to call in and tell me what you got from this story. Take a listen to this.
A lion was chasing a deer, trying to make it his prey as the deer ran for its life. It came across two strong bulls, one black and one white. "Please save me," the deer begged. "If you don't help me, the lion will kill me." The black bull and the white bull replied, "Don't worry, we'll deal with the lion." When the lion arrived, he growled, "That deer is my prey. Move aside and let me take it." The black bull stepped forward and said, "She is our friend, and we will never let you harm her." The lion warned them, "You are making a mistake." But the white bull replied, "Do whatever you want. As long as she is under our protection, you will not touch her." Unable to defeat both bulls together, the lion walked away and began thinking of a way to separate them. Soon he called a fox and said, "Find a way to make those two bulls fight each other once they are separated. I'll kill them one by one." The fox agreed and immediately went to work. First, she visited the white bull and whispered, "Don't tell anyone I told you this, but you are handsome and intelligent. The black bull is jealous of you." Then she went to the black bull and said, "You are strong and powerful. Yet the white bull tells everyone that the only reason you survived the lion is because of his intelligence. He says without him, the lion would have eaten you long ago. That isn't fair. You do most of the hard work, yet he takes all the credit." Slowly, suspicion and resentment began to grow between the two bulls. Their arguments became more frequent, and one day they decided to live separately. The lion had been waiting for this moment. First, he attacked the black bull and killed him. Then the fox informed him that the white bull was now wandering alone in the forest. The lion quickly found him and made him his next meal. The lesson is simple. As long as brothers, friends, or allies stand together, very few enemies can harm them. But the moment they allow division and mistrust to separate them, there will always be someone waiting to take advantage of their loneliness.
Okay, so those of you who asked for me to play it again, I played it again, so you can tell me now, what is your thoughts? What is your thoughts about the video? You can call in. I'll take your calls on 464-7003. 464-7003. I'll take your calls and hear your view on this video. All right. I really want to hear some views on this video. What are your take on it? If you were to liken this video to what's happening in Trinidad and Tobago today, and you were to say here what this is how I see this video pertaining to Trinidad and Tobago. What would you say? How would you describe it? All right. So taking your numbers, taking your call, sorry, on 464-7003, 464-7003. I'm taking your calls on 464-7003. That is the number you can call and share your view on the video that I just played. And I'll take your calls. I want to hear your view on this video that I just played. You know what I mean? It is a video that I got today, and I saw it today in a group, and I said, you know what? I like this video, and I want to play it. I want to play it because there's something about that video. Just I just said, it speaks volumes on what's happening in Trinidad and Tobago. There's another question I want to ask, but I wouldn't ask just yet. I'm waiting to see. and to hear from you guys and hear your calls. Take your calls on 464-7003. 464-7003. What is your thoughts on the video? Nobody want to call in and share their thoughts on the video? Okay. Interesting. Yep, but I wanted to hear your thoughts on the video. 464-7003. 464-7003. What is your thoughts on the video that I just played? And how do you feel about it? Alright. Sometimes I just want to hear your views on certain things and see if our perspective are the same or if it's different. Sometimes you might say something or you might bring out something from the video that just might be something that I may have overlooked. What jumped out at you in that video? You know, sometimes things jumped out at us to jump out at people differently. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Pastor Google. Good night.
Hi, good evening. What is your thoughts on the video?
Why I take away from the video, like I had 2 points. And like the PSA we're going on right now, divide and conquer. Some for and some against, and also like the PNM party. Some for and some against.
Right.
Because they using, how to put it, they using lies to divide the masses.
Right.
And if you take, become like spreading propaganda, we're going on right now in Trinidad. It's spreading lies and propaganda, and the whole population in this array is not coming together, it's not unifying, and they need one cause. But if everybody unify and they need one cause, they will be able to stand out at a resistance, they'll be able to get something, go forward. But everybody divided because everybody taking talk from every different side. They're not coming together as one collective. And what I ask for.
All right. Thank you very much for your call.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you again. All right. So the caller called in and she gave her view and what her takeaway from the video is like the PSA and the Yeah, it's like the PSA. She said Yeah, she's saying it's like the PSA and the government, and also she would have likened it also to what's happening in the People's National Movement. Okay. Interesting. Interesting takeaway. What is your takeaway? I'm sure some of you can call in and tell me what is your takeaway. If you agree with the caller, you disagree with her, you want to add to it, you want to add your view to it, add your view to how you see this video, and if you what would you see or liken this video to? What would you liken this video to? 464-7003. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
A blessed good evening to you, Pastor Hugo.
Hi, good evening.
I love that, but that segment you just showed there just now, that reminded me of the government before they came in. They pretend they are the sideline watching and making it look like, for everybody, and as soon as they come in, first set of people they mash up is CPEP. And it's poor people they mash up because why? Them can't afford lawyers. The money them going to take to get a lawyer to stand up for them. The money they could put to buy bread to put on the table to feed their family, to send their children to school. September coming just now. Fast and swiftly. Books and all kind of things have to buy. You're not thinking about people. Even if you want to cut down something, you realize, all right, this program, something wrong with it. There's boss people show just like that, especially poor people. They don't do them thing. And some of the people vote for her. And that's the bad part about it, Some of them people, they vote for her. And she do business, she don't care. It's like I don't care government. I find everything that's doing willy-nilly. Look like what went on with Wassa. as a union rep, you can't be getting on like that. You're supposed to stand up for people. Long time they used to go behind the doors and do the shimmy dimmy. No, they coming out bold. We don't know already. She don't sell out long time. She don't get she percent already. So she ready to cater. And all the workers and them like mouse, they quiet. As the cat come in, they had a run. I'm telling you, just like you see, actually seen it. And this time, they don't care. They bold face it now. It's not like anymore like we covering up with tiptoeing. They're telling you as it is plain. If you don't like it, hard luck. But stroke here, there, and everywhere. They don't business about nobody. And as I always tell people, what's in the dark will always come to light. If that take 5 years from now, after the election, wherever, during, before or after the election, it will come to light. You understand? But you don't treat people like that. And everybody needs to stand up and say, but you see, right now, the things that they are doing is to muzzle the people. Hear what's going on. You had to stay 500 feet away from different places. You can't come over with a little placard. Because right now, everything is SOE. I don't know how long they will go on for this SOE. I know they have posts here and everywhere. But it's SOE this, SOE that, and they're busting down your door because you're not rich and famous. Once you pass, once you beat them and Laventer and them thing going down, rep them places, they're busting down your door. For me, time in Federation Park, Westmoreland, you know they'll come with their warrant. They can't just bust down door just so. They know what they're doing. They know very well what they're doing. But as I always say, everybody that's had it there, right now they're shining, they feel you're on top of the moon. But what does fly high? Bird does fly high. They had to come down and drink water. I ain't talking about that part. They had to come down and drink water. Because if they don't come down and drink water, they'll die eventually. So let them enjoy themselves. Everybody just feel that we reach now and they had a show. And I did think why is watch Pastor Google. I want to keep too long because we have other callers calling me. And I'm saying it as it is, it's not about PNM, it's not about UNC. But at the end of the day, the way how they treat people, they're making a division, and we don't like that. Because when PNM was in power, it never had division, nobody wasn't focusing on things. Every Monday morning, they had the world to say about PNM. If he had nothing stopping them, they say in the world, crime this, crime that. No, they're in power now. And crime still high. It's not to say a drop. They talk about 10 days, they have no killing, wherever. It had probably in between, but it's the type of killing. And not for nothing, they want everybody to muzzle. From the time you say something, they vex. They say you flare against them. It's not against them when they're doing the right thing. For example, like the post that they're putting up with army and police posts, I say yes to that. But at the same time, you have to sit down with everybody, whoever there, controlling the grounds, Freddie had grounds, whoever grounds. You need to talk to people first. You can't just put up a boot just like that and say wherever I do, it goes. It don't work like that. At the end of the day, everybody, it is like a chain fence. Once the chain break, everything scrambles. Just like what you just produced there just now with that segment there, Pastor Google. It's one thing after the next. Now, every day is always something popping up. I don't know if it's just a cover up so that people will see what's really going on in the background. Like when you went in the stabilization fund / heritage fund and take out millions of dollars. What are you doing it for? Nobody knows. And then all the programs for the youths and them, like the agricultural program where the youth and them was learning to grow little crops and things, and those kind of little piece of land. The land is not for them to keep. It's for them to use to grow their crops so they could help themselves, they could feed their family. You understand? It's something to learn. It had money was done set aside for that. Because every month you had to pay the tutors and them to teach them and whatnot. All that was already set. And if you notice from before, when it had all these different programs, everybody was getting their money, CPEP was getting paid. Everybody was getting the little money. It mightn't be no big money because it's not no lump sum. It's not no big money they're working for, but at least they could still go in the grocery, they could still go in the market and, buy with local food from the market vendors and then they could still buy food from the parliament. The parliament could still make a little something for himself. Right now, the parliament ain't still making nothing for himself right now because who there to buy from it? The little people who was there when they set up the little thing, they could use to buy a little bottle of water, a little juice on the man. Or a pack of biscuit. You think you had that again? At the end of the day, everything is a circle. It goes around and around. Everybody's had to help for the country to go because who paying taxes? It's the same taxpayers. Everybody had to pay tax. You buy a pack of biscuit, don't see the piper who buying beer rum paying tax. Plain to bad manners. People will say, how we can say that? But it is. You understand? And you look at it before it had, everybody was still getting himself the sales crumbs. At least somebody was helping themselves. They was surviving. They was helping themselves. They wasn't begging for nothing. When they're working out in the hot sun, and then when rain just come out, remember them had no shelter and rain fall, and they get super workers get wet, soaking wet. And then when the sun come out, they dry back up. Who's taking care of them? They just have to go to the regular hospital and pray to God, the doctors and them, they to help and to do what they have to do. By the end of the day, Pastor Google, keep up the great work that you're doing. Don't let nobody to tell you what you're doing, Pastor Google. Keep the fight going on and on. And it's not even a fight, it's just like let people know. And it's not no one way, it's everybody to let everybody know here what's going on. Time to wake up, shake up yourself. This is what's going on. Before we had a government, everybody was still getting piece of the pie. Down to crumbs and all too. And that was still filling our belly. While the other people wasn't getting right now, all who used to eat can't eat now. Because why? You wanted the price. That's sad, man. That's sad. But Pastor Google, great program.
All right. Thank you very much for your call.
You're welcome, Pastor Google.
Okay. All right. So, those of you who are now joining us on the live, I played a video and I wanted to hear your view on the video. So, I know some of you now joining in and you must be wondering, well, what are we talking about? So, what I can do, I will play it one more time for the last time, and then I would take some more calls on your views on this video that I played just now. All right? One person would have we had 2 calls so far. All right, so take a listen to the video and you tell me what is your thoughts on it. Okay, we have a caller calling in. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pastor Google.
Hi, good evening.
Pastor Google, I love that lady. I hope she continues to call because everything she said is on point. And ma'am, I'm just saying that I don't normally call in early, but I listen to you. And ma'am, you're on point. And please continue to call because it's people like you I want to hear. People like you giving it to us raw and to the point. Ma'am, I don't know you. But sometimes it's people like you. People like you, ma'am, I want to hear. And calling tonight again because I need to hear you. I need to hear people like you. And is a yearning to hear people like you calling on the program and talk the way you talk from the heart, and everybody who listening supposed to understand where you was coming from. And I understand where you were coming from, ma'am. And I want to say thank you, ma'am, for calling in the program and talking from your heart and letting us know the truth, the honest to God truth. I want to say thank you, ma'am. I don't know you. I don't know where you're from. But, ma'am, I listen to you. You make me sit up in my chair and listen to you. So please, I'm begging you, ma'am. I'm honestly begging you. Please call back. Please call in and talk. Because, ma'am, I appreciate you. And I want to say thanks once again. I appreciate you for calling in and giving your honest to God opinion for all of us to hear. And ma'am, we hear you, they don't want to hear you. But I heard you and I listened and I honestly believe all that you said. Thank you very much. Good evening.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to play the clip one more time and take your calls on what are your thoughts about this video clip. Take a listen to this.
A lion was chasing a deer, trying to make it his prey as the deer ran for its life. It came across 2 strong bulls, one black and one white. "Please save me," the deer begged. "If you don't help me, the lion will kill me." The black bull and the white bull replied, "Don't worry, we'll deal with the lion." When the lion arrived, he growled, "That deer is my prey. Move aside and let me take it." The black bull stepped forward and said, "She is our friend, and we will never let you harm her." The lion warned them, "You are making a mistake." But the white bull replied, "Do whatever you want. As long as she is under our protection, you will not touch her." Unable to defeat both bulls together, the lion walked away and began thinking of a way to separate them. Soon he called a fox and said, "Find a way to make those two bulls fight each other once they are separated. I'll kill them one by one." The fox agreed and immediately went to work. First, she visited the white bull and whispered, "Don't tell anyone I told you this, but you are handsome and intelligent. The black bull is jealous of you." Then she went to the black bull and said, "You are strong and powerful." Yet the white bull tells everyone that the only reason you survived the lion is because of his intelligence. He says without him, the lion would have eaten you long ago. That isn't fair. You do most of the hard work, yet he takes all the credit. Slowly, suspicion and resentment began to grow between the two bulls. Their arguments became more frequent, and one day they decided to live separately. The lion had been waiting for this moment. First, he attacked the black bull and killed him. Then the fox informed him that the white bull was now wandering alone in the forest. The lion quickly found him and made him his next meal. The lesson is simple. As long as brothers, friends, or allies stand together, very few enemies can harm them. But the moment they allow division and mistrust to separate them, there will always be someone waiting to take advantage of their loneliness.
This fight is about bread, butter, and justice. And we fight with blood, sweat, and tears. We won't give up, we won't surrender, and we shall overcome. When talking about labor here in Trinidad, you can't leave out Butler, the man from Hyderabad. He appears and disappears, so the people say. I hear he made an appearance just the other day, and he said, "What he said? Roger, comrade Roger, Roger, why you gone down there? How could you abandon your brother David Abdullah? Roger, comrade Roger, I know you've been there before. How come you ain't seen corruption evermore? Roger, comrade Roger, why you down there on your own, looking like a hungry dog begging for a bone? Roger.
Utilities Minister Barry Pedarath says the TSTT board has ordered an immediate review of a management decision affecting about 150 call center workers contracted through Amplia.
Pedarath met with the board today after concerns emerged that the workers' contracts may not be renewed beyond September 30th. He says the decision to change the call center contractor was not approved by the board. Pedarath says TSTT management will now be called in to explain where the decision to move the call center operations from Amplia to another contractor came from.
I wait further information from the board as to who would have made that decision in terms of these call centers, and once I have that information, then we will be able to share more. But at this point in time, the board has taken the position that they will call in management to review and find out where that policy guideline came from in terms of a change of the management of the call centers from Amplia.
He maintains the decision was made unilaterally by management and was not a policy decision of the TSTT board.
This is a unilateral decision that was taken by the management of the company. And therefore, that is why the board has now taken the position that they will now review, because this is not only an operation issue, it is an operation issue that is impacted by a policy change, and the board determines the policy.
Well, the developments have also raised questions about the identity of the proposed replacement contractor, which workers say they were told is Hummingbird AI Holdings.
A senior official from the company told CNC3 News today the company has no connection to the call center arrangement.
They say you made the best offer for the refinery, but they still looking for a buyer. They scorn your money. That must be a bitter pill. Of course you're gonna be angry, but remember what Stalin say, black man don't get nothing easy. I know you agree. Roger, comrade Roger, Roger, why you gone down there? How could you abandon your brother David Abdullah? Roger, comrade Roger, I know you've been there before. How come you ain't see corruption evermore? Roger, comrade Roger, boy you down there on your own, looking like a hungry dog begging for a bone. Roger. Certainly you have the right to endorse anybody. So comrade, don't be uptight or fuss too much over me. I just do not understand why you forsake your own brother. But if you're happy with that, you could go and campaign for Lucifer or his sister. Roger, comrade Roger, Roger, why you gone down there? How could you abandon your brother David Abdullah? Roger, comrade Roger, I know you've been there before. How come you ain't say corruption evermore? Roger.
A growing debate inside the labor movement is putting the spotlight on whether unions can stay politically connected and still speak freely for workers.
One union leader says the pressure is so intense, he's stepping aside rather than risk his members being disadvantaged. The debate was triggered by Communication Workers Union General Secretary Joanne Ogier's call for unions to break their silence and to put workers ahead of political interests. Ogier has warned that workers are bearing the brunt of economic adjustment as job losses and financial pressures mount. For National Nursing Association President Edie Stewart, the statement strikes a chord. He says political alignment can come with a price.
It comes with risk that you would not be able to speak out. It comes with risk that you would not want to alienate that political party.
Stewart says the TTNNA has chosen to remain non-aligned. And he alleges unions that refused to back a political party are now facing the consequences.
Unions who did not toe the line and still continue to refuse to toe the line or continue to speak out on issues would be negatively affected. I could even say, in the best interest of my own union, I have decided not even to go back up for re-election. We have elections coming up in September. And I believe that my union is currently being victimized in a number of ways because we did not openly support any political party.
Stewart says he does not want his leadership to stand in the way of fair treatment for nurses and midwives. He describes the current climate as treacherous for unions that choose to stay out of politics and says the labour movement must stand together. But Postal Workers Union General Secretary David Forbes is not buying into the political framing.
It is known that the Public Services Association is part of the coalition of interest, but in the coalition of interest, and just like in any government sphere, you will have opinions on things that need to be worked out. Where there is issues affecting workers, the PSA will speak out, right? And I will say that if I have an issue at TT Post, I will say that as well.
His union is also part of the coalition of interest that supported the government ahead of the election. Forbes adds that the joint trade union movement continues to meet and work on issues including labour legislation. And he rejects the idea that union involvement in politics is a conflict.
Labour leaders who entered into the political sphere, why? To look into the interests of workers, right? You would have had Basdio Pandey, you had you had Jennifer Baptiste Primus, you had a number of persons who came out of Labour and went into government, right, to seek the best interests of the workers. And I'm not seeing any difference here now.
Forbes stops short of backing the claim that the government is targeting unions that disagree with it. He says there are legal and industrial relations processes available when disputes arise. But for Stewart, the bigger test could come when the 2027 budget is read. He says nurses and midwives remain on 2013 salaries and warns of severe disruption to the healthcare system if a salary increase does not materialize then.
Well, amid the heightened industrial tensions, we asked you today, are you satisfied with the level of trade union representation in the country?
Here's what some of you had to say.
So it's a ticklish question at this particular point in time, and it's not a question, it's not an easy fix, right? So sometimes, you have to show a little patience, and in spite of our opinion of the people that run in the country, we need to look at things from a general perspective. Trade union has a part to play, but not right now, not in this economic climate.
Not really, because you see, they're affiliated with the government. So it's not, and anybody right now who was affiliated with the PNM getting axed.
I think they don't have any patience. They could wait a little bit, wait before they started doing all this protesting. But remember the previous government, they was not doing anything like protesting. So why now you're so eager to be doing all this? Yes, you will get your 10%. Just hold on.
The way how the negotiations going, sometimes I feel they take the workers like a joke. They don't take them serious at all, because like recently I heard on the news they're planning to give them some money, but they didn't put nothing in place. So where the money coming from?
Come on, Roger. Boy, you down there on your own, looking like a hungry dog begging for a bone. Roger. The labor movement came the MSJ, seeking to bring improvement in governance today. I thought you was all for that like George Wicks and Rienzi, but you proved to we you rather put party before country. Come on, go free, Roger. Come on, Roger. Roger, why you gone?
Former Minister of Energy, who today we have the current minister very silent. You don't hear him at all. And you have someone acting for you don't hear him at all. But who you hear? Ram Narayan. And what is that? Privatized Petrotrin. Because what? Yeah. His interest is energy chamber. I tell you, if you stay on the river bank long enough, you'll know that same Ram Narayan who had the responsibility to fix Petrotrin didn't. And perhaps it was for a particular reason. Because at this point now, deliberately now, he's saying privatized Petrotrin. All you feel is stupid.
All right. So this evening, I want to start off again, and we're gonna moving into several topics this evening. So I'm starting off this evening with the union again. So you're hearing where union leaders like and I need to call my partner. We need to call him before September, because you're hearing now where Eddie Stewart is saying that this government is victimizing unions that did not support them in the 2025 general election. He said it outright, blatant. They are victimizing, and I told you all that last night. Last night, those of you who listened to the program last night can testify of the fact that I did say that this government is victimizing unions that did not support them in the last general election. I told you all that. The reason why they are so muchy and closey and goody with Miss Felicia Thomas is because she supported the PSA was on their platform. The PSA was on their platform supporting this government. So indeed and in fact, they are going to come out and let the workers believe that, hey, you all supported us in the last general election. So you know what? We are in only a corner, but are they really in the corner of the workers? Are you really in the corner of the workers? And every union leader, Miss Butis Primus, Basdio Pandey, Mr. Garcia, every union what's his name? Even under the UNC again, Errol McLeod, every union leader that would have joined into the politics, they would have either resigned or served their time as the union leader and left the union. They didn't sit down as the union president and support in the government. No. So that union leader who said that earlier on is off. He's off. Right? He's off because those union leaders did not in any way stayed in their leadership role and supported any political party. Right? So in my private capacity as a former union leader, when I come out of unionism, I cannot support a political party. That we trying to say? But Joanne said that her party, her union is apolitical. But as individuals, you can vote and choose to support who you want. Right? So, we're seeing what's happening in the unions. What say you? What do you think? What is your thoughts about the union? One union leader decided that they were going on. I will step aside because, he don't want his union and his membership or the membership to be victimized because the government, because he did not support the government in their bidding in 2025. He did not support the government in their bidding to become the government of Trinidad and Tobago. So what he is saying is that because he did not support the government, this government is apparently victimizing his union. So what he's prepared to do is to step aside. What are your thoughts about that? What is your thoughts about Ms. Joanne saying that, hey, put aside your politics. Put aside your politics and think about workers. What is your thoughts? I played you the clip just now. What is your thoughts? Right? What is your thoughts? That gentleman who he supported this government, and you are the leader. There's a difference. There is a complete difference of someone supporting a political party and encouraging the membership of the union to support a political party than for somebody to step aside out of unionism and now supporting a political party. That's totally different, sir. Sir. And it makes you wonder and think about some of these people who purport themselves to be leaders and union leaders in this country, Because if you can't understand that simple difference, but you supporting this political party that is in office, and you talking look, let me take some calls before I start to say some things here. The number to call again is 464-7003, 464-7003. All right? So I'm going to play part of it while I wait for your calls. I'll play part of it and then I'll stop it and take your calls. All right? So this is what we're discussing for the first part of the program.
A growing debate inside the labor movement is putting the spotlight on whether unions can stay politically connected and still speak freely for workers.
One union leader says the pressure is so intense, he's stepping aside rather than risk his members being disadvantaged. The debate was triggered by Communication Workers Union General Secretary Joanne Ogier's call for unions to break their silence and to put workers ahead of political interests. Ogier has warned that workers are bearing the brunt of economic adjustment as job losses and financial pressures mount. For National Nursing Association President Edie Stewart, the statement strikes a chord. He says political alignment can come with a price.
It comes with risk that you would not be able to speak out. It comes with risk that you would not want to alienate that political party.
Stewart says the TTNNA has chosen to remain non-aligned. And he alleges unions that refused to back a political party are now facing the consequences.
Unions who did not toe the line and still continue to refuse to toe the line or continue to speak out on issues would be negatively affected. I could even say, in the best interest of my own union, I have decided not even to go back up for re-election. We have elections coming up in September. And I believe that my union is currently being victimized in a number of ways because we did not openly support any political party.
Stewart says he does not want his leadership to stand in the way of fair treatment for nurses and midwives. He describes the current climate as treacherous for unions that choose to stay out of politics and says the labour movement must stand together. But Postal Workers Union General Secretary David Forbes is not buying into the political framing.
It is known that the Public Services Association is part of the coalition of interest, but in the coalition of interest, and just like in any government sphere, you will have opinions on things that need to be worked out. Where there is issues affecting workers, the PSA will speak out, right? And I will say that if I have an issue at TT Post, I will say that as well.
His union is also part of the coalition of interest that supported the government ahead of the election. Forbes adds that the joint trade union movement continues to meet and work on issues including labour legislation. And he rejects the idea that union involvement in politics is a conflict.
Labour leaders who entered into to the political sphere, why? So they came to look into the interests of workers, right? You would have Basdio Pandey, you had Jennifer Baptiste Primus, you had a number of persons who came out of Labour and went into government, right, to seek the best interests of the workers. And I'm not seeing any difference here now.
Forbes stops short of backing the claim that the government is targeting unions that disagree with it. He says there are legal and industrial relations processes available when disputes arise. But for Stewart, the bigger test could come when the 2027 budget is read. He says nurses and midwives remain on 2013 salaries and warns of severe disruption to the healthcare system if a salary increase does not materialize then.
Well, amid the heightened industrial tensions, we asked you today, are you satisfied with the level of trade union representation in the country?
All right, so you heard the statements made. Again, I stand by my position that Ms. Jennifer Baptiste Primus was not the president of the PSA when she came into politics to the PNM. Mr. Garcia, who went up for Arima, he was once the president of TUTA. He was not the president of TUTA when he went up for the People's National Movement for Arima. Right? Who again? Mr. Errol McLeod. Mr. Errol McLeod, who was the OWTU president, he was not the president of OWTU when he went up for active politics. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pastor Google. That is a betrayal. She is a betrayal. She who betrayed Christ. You cannot serve two gods. You have the interests of the people to serve, and this woman is a complete betrayal. The people were slowly, they are embarrassed. That's why they make a sting out of that protest that was there. They feel that they don't want to show themselves up, but they know individually that they vote wrong. They went in the wrong direction. She lead them to the wrong place, and it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to them. I know they feel that way, right? So they just have to. There's a date. There's a date coming. They don't know when that date come. Where to put the finger. The power is in the finger.
All right.
Good night.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. 464-7003. What is your thoughts? 464-7003. What is your thoughts about, you're hearing one union leader done saying it already. He is going to step aside because he feels as though, what now? If I stay as the leader, the nurses and they may very well be victimized by this government. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pastor.
Good evening, sir.
Pastor, first things first. I want to apologize publicly on your program to Edie Stewart, because during PNM rain, I was calling Idi Amin and all kind of things. And I was against him.
Well, he's going to be on the program very soon. I'm going to get him before
I want to humbly apologize to Edie Stewart for calling him names like Idi Amin and so on, because I was pro PNM and pro and against him, not knowing, not understanding, I should say, that, and not believing that he was apolitical. So, Edie Stewart, I want to apologize to you publicly. I am sorry, and I see your ways now. So I just want to say that out front. I ain't ashamed to say it. I seen it out front. I was calling Idi Amin and all kind of thing, and I apologize to you, sir, because you are apolitical, and I understand that now. I understand your words, and I didn't believe your words. I didn't want to hear your words, but today I want to tell you, sir, I apologize to you. I want to start there. Pastor Google, I will tell you this. When you want to, as a union, want to join a political party, we have problems. And we're seeing it now with WASA. You've seen it with WASA. So Felicia could talk all she wants. All she wants. It ain't gonna change because you want to talk the hierarchy of the company. But you know who put them there? Panarat and them put them there. And you're not fooling anybody. Roger ain't have a word to say on anything. We've been on nearly 2 years that Petrotrin's still down. And not a word from Roger. Roger talk about $50 million to do a survey on the company, on the union, the company. Where is that? Not a word. Not a word. Gas coming to Trinidad and Tobago. How? When? Who? And nobody is saying a word. Nobody. We're not at the table. We ain't nowhere near. And people talking and listening to this government telling me congratulations. You are persona non grata still. And you still saying congratulations to Delcy? You're persona non grata. Persona non grata means I don't want to hear you. And we still listening to these people, to this government. Nutrien, Metanix, closed down. And I understand, other companies going to close down too. Are we not concerned? 80% of our revenue, our income, is from these downstream industries, and nobody is saying nothing. We're borrowing money like rain, borrowing to pay back in US dollars, and nobody is asking themselves a question. Nobody. And you telling me everything okay? People ain't understanding what's going on in this country. We have serious problems, and they're going to get worse because them waiting until 2027, 2028 to tell me everything good now. Really? Who tell them that? Who tell them that? Where's the evidence of that? Where's the evidence? And we still seeing down here and taking that BS and running with it. And the unions, the only certain unions talking, the rest of them are saying nothing. Roger, imagine Roger who used to talk every day and saying nothing. Zero. All the economists who say, all of them, with them, not a word, not a word, nothing they have to say. Have we seen on here and taken that? But the backlash coming. The backlash is going to come, and we going to feel it. And when we feel it, you know, you think it's bad now, Pastor Google? Hold on. Hold on. I told you all it's going to get worse. I told you all. Imagine Saudi Arabia and these companies coming now to take the gas. And where are we? Where are we? Middle East countries coming now. And where are we? I had to listen to the minister, we name him, talking about, them talking to people. Who they talking to? Did they tell us who they're talking to now? Call name. Who you talking to? Who we talking to? We talking to nobody. Pastor Google, I am telling you, it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. And who don't want to listen to that? No problem. Let's wait and see how good it's going to get. We're borrowing money. Pastor Google, you know we borrow over $2 billion US dollars. Borrow? Do you know we have to pay it back in US dollars? How are we paying that back, Pastor Google? Explain that to me, please. How are we paying that back? How are we paying it back? People talking through the throat and everything nice and everything good, and we're gonna see fireworks up by what you call it? By the hospital? By the hospital? And by where the animals are? When we couldn't hear it just last year? there was a problem because they say they're under threat and people threatening them. But all of a sudden, it's good now. And on top of that, it's in the north part of the Queen's Park Savannah. The north part, where the animals are and the hospital is. It's all good all of a sudden. Okay. But who want to go? All you go. All you go and all you applaud and watch what going on up there. That's all your business. Me, I will not be there. I will not be there. Because you know why? I'll tell you why. Them don't care about me. Fireworks. And you know who is the fireworks man? They say, oh, it has to go through the OPR. I could tell you who the fireworks man going to be today. Good evening, Mr. Ghani. Have a good day, Pastor.
All right, thank you very much. Continue to take your calls on 464-7003. 464-7003. What is your thoughts on what's going on in the union? We're hearing union leaders are coming out and saying that, hey, I willing to step back. I willing to step back because I want my union. I want my people to get what they just do. They just do. You know, what is your thoughts about it? What is your thoughts? 464-7003. Then we're hearing people talking about, oh, that's just, that's just how it is. Unions have always been in bed with governments and stuff like that. But what is your thoughts, though? All right, it's already 1 minute past 10. All right, and in the city of Port of Spain, in the city of San Fernando, it's 1 minute past 10. In the beautiful city of San Fernando, where I reside. So you just heard Brian talking about what's going on, where he believes that things are not going to get better; it's going to get worse because of what's going on in our industry. The industries in Trinidad and Tobago, we're seeing where we're hearing that other persons are leaving Point Lisas, and it is worrying because we know that most of the persons who are in Point Lisas are persons who, the industries that are in Point Lisas are industries that have been bringing what you call foreign the foreign US dollars to Trinidad and Tobago in order for us to pay our bills. We have been getting our foreign forex from Point Lisas. Most of our forex comes from Point Lisas, and now we are hearing that there are a lot of other persons that are planning, other companies that are planning to leave. But the unions are also divided in Trinidad and Tobago. We're seeing where the unions are divided in Trinidad and Tobago. Hello, good evening.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Hi, good evening.
That color, raise your color. You look so handsome this afternoon. Tell your wife, I just seen you look handsome, right?
Okay.
That's it. So, how was your day?
It was quiet.
Okay. Well, I listened to that young man there. But you see them so as they come back and pull them with a pocket change, they're going right back there again. You understand? Long just saying, don't hear what the PNM people talk to you. Your intention to go right back there again. Right? I think I have more things to say now, but I can't remember all right now. You have a good evening.
Which program are you listening to? What color shirt you see?
Me, I know. I see you in a red jersey.
No, I have on a blue shirt this evening.
Oh Lord! All right.
All right.
Well, I have to look for you then.
I'm going to send it for you now, ma'am.
Yes. Okay.
All right. So we're talking about the unions. I'm taking your calls. All right. We're talking about the unions, and we're talking about union persons having to, how they feel about what's going on. All right. So I will take some voice notes.
Pastor Guru, good night. Pastor Guru, things will get worse under this government. The country will get worse under this government. And when the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago know there's pressure coming, and we're going to eat the bread the devil need under this government. You see, when 2030 reach, will be pressure. And when the PNM come back, the PNM will have it real harder. Because the condition that this government will leave this country in, it will be hard for the PNM to govern. Pastor, I'm sorry for this country under this government. As I say again, we're going to eat the bread in every need under this government. When this government leave office, we'll leave this country in a mess. We need a general election. This government cannot stay in office until 2030. Something have to happen. This government have to go. Ms. Kamala Prasad's business have to force to call a general election because the country is going nowhere. The country is going nowhere. Is pressure, and more pressure. Have a good night, Pastor.
I hear you, but I hear you with the Msb Sessa, and I hear you with the elections. There's no elections are going to be called before time, eh? Let's stop fooling ourselves. The United National Congress is not going to call any general election before its time. All right? People refuse to go to the polls and vote, and they got a majority. They got people to support them in their quest to become the next government. So nobody's going to I hear you with that the statements that you're making, so but to forget that. Ms. Bissessa is not going to call any early general election. That's a wish. That's wishful thinking. It's not going to happen. Let's not fool ourselves. It's not going to happen at all. At all. Forget that. Right? We have how much more years to go? 3 more years? 4 more years? 3 more years? 3 more years? 4 more years? After this year, we done went through 1, so we're going through by next year, April, we make it 2. Alright? So we have 3 more years to go. 3 more years to go. 3 more years to go. Ms. Bissessa is not calling no early general election. Forget that. Put that out of your thoughts. No early election. People voted for this government, I don't think you will understand. If a government is duly elected, why would, and they have the majority in the house, why would they just give up and give the opposition the country to run? No, they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. Why are we thinking that? I don't understand. I don't know. Maybe you only know something I don't know. Yeah, somebody says this PM going down to the wire. She going down to the wire. She's not Dr. Rowley and Strutting and them. we're going to call no snap election. You understand? No. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. Mr. Manning did it twice and get licks. PNM come back and do it again and get licks. But they really feel that if Miss Sasa, seeing how unpopular she is right now, is going to call any election. Let me stop. We don't fool yourself now. We don't fool yourself. We put yourself in this. We put yourself in this. For the whole the time when I was on 91.9, we talk. I bring back clips. I could play back a clip with a man telling me we don't hear nothing about 2010 to 2015. Go from here with that. We under pressure. We as a country under pressure. You come in with this nonsense about 2010 to 2015. People were upset and people did not vote. But it's bigger than just people didn't vote. You know what I mean? It's bigger than that. So, Ms. Bisasa ain't calling, no. Ms. Bisasa ain't calling no snap election. Forget that. Hello, good evening.
Let me tell you how bad it's going to get. When President Kangaloo demits office, what do you think going to happen?
Well, everybody know what's going to happen. She's going to put in her president. Her president is going to put in her senators, and they're going to make the constitution
and
statements
therefore,
that they will do.
And I want to tell people, hold on. The Minister of Homeland Security made a statement a couple months ago. And I want to tell people, because you see, Pastor Google, we forget. He said, we're going to bring back Zoso. Because you see, let me explain what it means for those who are listening. You see, when you have SOE, you have to come back to Parliament to get passage for SOE. But for ZOSO, you don't have to come to Parliament to get that. You pass it once and that's it. And I am telling you all, ZOSO coming. Because you know why? You see all them people that have in the parliament right now, them gone. They're going to bring their people and they're going to pass ZOSO. Because they will have the majority. They have it in the lower house and they will pass it in the upper house. All you ain't know what all you do, you know. I'm going to tell all you, it coming. And you know what that means? Let me explain to you all what ZOSO means. ZOSO means I pick you up home and I incarcerate you until 2030. Let me repeat that in case all was closing on your fridge and all wasn't hearing. ZOSO means I will incarcerate you until 2030.
Well, I hear you, but I beg to disagree.
Really?
Yeah, because I beg to disagree in several. So you
telling me that they're not going to put their people?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they lock you up until 2030. I beg to disagree because I'm seeing where this situation that happened with the Hadids and the
that is if you have money, Pastor
no, you don't necessarily have to have money. If they lock up the wrong person like me, my senior counsel just now
behind bars right now.
No, listen what I'm saying to you. I'm just saying.
I'm listening.
I'm just saying. And if they lock up the wrong person again, Let's say they lock up somebody who may have the backings like me. My father who's a lawyer, my aunt who's a senior counsel. They don't know that. Let's say they don't know that. And my aunt hit them for 6 at the Privy Council. All will fall down. All will fall down.
Pastor Google, you're not hearing me.
I am just saying to you that I disagree with the
500 people.
Yeah, but they don't have family members who are lawyers.
Right? And
I am saying if they bounce the head and let's just say they bounce head and lock up somebody like me, you really think I'm going to stay in jail until 2030?
Pastor Google, you are different.
And that is what I'm saying to you.
You're not getting my point.
All I'm saying to you.
Hadiths could fight.
Yeah, but all I'm saying.
You can fight.
Right, but I'm saying to you that they may bounce the head and lock up somebody who they don't know could fight. Let me just say this. Just like how on I-95.5, the gentleman, I forget, he was a former House Speaker, who is begging and pleading with lawyers to take up these cases.
How many people picking up cases, Pastor Google, right now?
None. And I'm saying to you that
you told me the other day that when I told you about attorneys taking up cases, you told me that they were taking up no case. You tell me that.
And I'm
saying, remember?
Yeah, but I
just
said
last week.
Yeah, but I said that to you because I explained why I said that to you. I explained why I said that to you. I said to you that if you are working for a firm, you are working for a chamber, and the head of the chamber said, "You're working on now. We want some government briefs, you know." So if you run out there and play, you're going to defend these people and them, we are going to be blacklisted and we are not going to get any government briefs. Everybody is looking at their dollar. Everybody's looking about family.
You said so, yes.
Right. The reality of it also is the same thing with when you hear people say, why is people not, you're not hearing people coming out and talking out against this government. People are too silent. People are not being forceful. I hear Mr. Lee, what's his name? Not Lee, what's his name? The former owner of I-95.5.
What you name, Lord? Yeah, I know you're talking about. He spoke.
Right. The former mayor of Port of Spain, right? He made a statement saying that people need to come out and people need to say something and people need to. And yes, but you see, what you all are not understanding, and I gonna say it straight tonight, you know. What some of you are not understanding is the UNC, when UNC was in opposition, people used to come out and talk, right? They used to get black people to come out and talk against the government. They used to get East Indian people come out and talk against the government. Why? Because the majority of people who support the UNC are East Indians who have business and they don't depend on the government. They don't depend on the government for nothing. Nothing they depend on the government for. So when they had 2 black men on an afternoon on 91.9 talking about the PNM, those black men were getting money from UNC's financiers, UNC businessmen. They were not talking for free. That's why they could have insulted me and say, you have to walk down Marva Road and your government in office, but you walking down Marva Road. We people in opposition and we driving brand new showroom vehicles. And we in opposition. You know why? Because the people who support the UNC have foreign car dealers. And not only foreign car dealers, but they are also people who are business people. They don't need nothing from government. They don't need nothing from the government. So the UNC could have spent their money, put their money in people hand and say, do this for the UNC. The PNM do all that. The black people who support the PNM have no money. Majority of people who supporting the PNM are pensioners and people who are public servants. They works for the government. The people who are a little legit businessmen depend on the government to get money. And then you want me to run out as a public servant who on a contract. I must run out and cost the government. And then when my contract comes up, they will say, nah, you was out there bad talking, we go home. Or you as businessman SRT, you was paying go. I see you advertising on Google platform that have nothing good to say about this government. Nah, we're not giving you no contract, but they're not going to tell that to your face. They will just say that they didn't accept your bid.
So then why the have we before the court today wanting to know how we build Balize house?
Because again, and you hear what Annie Roberts had to say, the businessmen who the PNM give contract to, the East Indian businessmen. The East Indian businessmen who the PNM gave contract to, who gave back to Balize house the bill. That's what they are alleging, and that's what they're saying. They're saying that, hey, you give a Syrian businessman so much and so much of money in HGC, and he was your campaign manager. You give a certain East Indian businessman such and such money, billions of dollars, to build the nursing headquarters, the militia health headquarters.
East Indian?
Yes.
But then why does it have 25 Syrian Lebanese people who lost their visa?
Well, there's another issue, but we're talking about the contracts. We're talking about the contracts. Because HGC has just now written to the OPR saying, oh, they want to question the $31 billion that we have procured or we give to businessmen to build. But look, the PNM, under the PNM, they give us one man, a Syrian man, so much and so much of money. Not a black man, you know. And the black man who would have gotten one or two little contracts from HGC, PNM people ready to kill him and throw him out of the PNM. But the Syrian man, who was the campaign manager, who got billions of dollars, you're not hearing one spit from PNM people. We really want to talk? We want people, we want the common man on the street to talk for PNM. Come out, say something, open up all your mouth. Who working on a month-to-month contract. That's what they reduce our black people to. That's what Dr. Rowley was talking about. That's what they reduce our black people to in the public service. In different ministries, month to month. When they were getting 6 months. When they were getting 6 months contract. They're getting month to month. I talked to somebody who I used to work with on the radio. I wouldn't call her name. And I talking to her, I said, girl, what we going? She said, boy.
Now, we ain't calling this because I know people too.
She said, boy, when the PNM was there, I was getting my 6 months contract. She says, as soon as the UNC come in, month to month. And they monetize your social media. We don't know, we feel like people don't want to talk. People want to talk. But, as they say to me, and they're showing you, look, Google, somebody spanning my social media site. Google watch X, Y, and Z. I can't even do something. When I do something on TikTok, everybody don't know. So people are not free to speak. People are not at liberty to the whistleblowers and them very afraid. That whistleblower from Insapa who released that tape, I had the privilege of talking to him.
But the tape that was released?
Yes. The tape of the manager telling them, we fired people to bring Ole here, you know. We fired good people to give you all these positions.
Hold on. The tape that was released being investigated as we speak is what you are referring to? Yes or no?
Yes.
Pastor Google, be careful what you're seeing on the radio.
Oh, me ain't be careful of what?
Pastor,
I don't
hey, hey,
what?
Hold on. Whoa, you hold on now. Be careful what you're saying, you know.
What you talking about exactly?
Because people will come in front of your door.
But what are you talking about? The tape is out there. They can come in front of my door. Brian, my father, I know Pips Quick, constitutional lawyer, you know. And my aunt, you know, baby. So they could come. The tape is out there. Tony Lee wanted to verify the tape before he played it, and he talked about it.
I'm listening to you.
The tape is out there where the person tell them, hey, we fired good people to employ only here, you know, and only ducking, only hiding, only not doing only job. They ghosting them. I know secret that all over the world. But my thing is, we want people to talk out. We want to hear the nation cry out against the things that are happening in this nation right now. That's what we want. But people cannot do it. You know why? Because they are afraid of their bread and butter. They are afraid of all sorts of things. You lose your job today or tomorrow. Who is the PNM financer going to find you and say, okay, continue doing what you're doing? I lost my job. Which PNM financer call me by myself and say, hey, what's going on at Google? We see what you're doing on YouTube. We realize that you have 6,000 or 7,700 people on your live. Here now, is there any way we can assist you? Do you get your bills paid? Is your internet paid? Is your light bill paid? How do you manage your home? You have food? No PNM financer ever spoke to me. But a UNC person in opposition, you go before a microphone in UNC. When UNC in opposition, go before a radio station microphone. They will call you. They will call you. I remember in 2010 when I was on radio.
Hold on. Wait, don't go so fast. A UNC person call you?
No, I'm saying that under the UNC, when you are when the UNC is in opposition, they will call somebody who is batting for them, and they will find a financer.
Understood.
Let me tell you this. I remember the UNC was in office in 2010. It was in 2010, 11, 2012. I was on the radio in the night talking, and I had a problem with, I was coming to work at night and there was no lights from by Bralara Stadium straight down to Claxtonby. And I come on the radio and I blaze them. And then the next night, there was the lights back up and running, and I come back and I say, okay, so whoever it is heard me, they put on the lights, and I want to say thank you and whatever. When I went downstairs the morning actually, there was an envelope waiting for me with money. And the security said that the person said that they are a supporter of the UNC. And if you continue to talk like that for the UNC, expect an envelope like that every morning when you come downstairs. I'll never forget that. I told the security, I said, you can keep that money. You know, I don't want that money. I don't know what I'm doing to that money. Security said, but you mad? Look how much money here. This close to $15,000. I said, sir, I don't know what I'm doing with that money. I don't want that money. But the person sent a message to tell me if I continue to congratulate and speak well of the government like that, every morning I could come downstairs and expect an envelope like that.
15 grand?
15 grand.
I'll take it, boy.
You see?
15 grand is plenty money, dog.
Okay then. So you think about when we were
I
bashing.
wouldn't leave PNM.
Yeah, but here was saying to you. But think about we. When I remember, I ain't calling no name. It had two colleagues. I had two colleagues on 91.9. That was back when the UNC was in office. I had two colleagues who was blazing on the afternoon. Not heavy and TC. Another two was blazing on the afternoon for the UNC. And when the UNC heard them, the UNC listen to me, you know, in government, the UNC told them, all they want to
when she was getting this money from Pastor
no,
Google.
their finances. Their finances and the financer drop. Wait, no, you hold on. Wait, you hold on.
$15,000.
So that a businessman could do that. A businessman could do that. At that time, the country was running in money. Come on, in 2010, 2015, the country had money. Let's not fool ourselves.
Pastor, $15,000 a day?
That's small money. It had people working for that.
A day?
It had people who working for that, Brian.
Oh.
Come on, man. I remember a day, they said to me, they said, Google, hold on for we coming back. When they went and they come back, they're driving brand new white Kia Sportage.
15 grand a day? A day, you know?
Brian, the time men working for more than that a day for this government. It have people who working for more than that a day for this government. A small money. Brian, that is small. You see, that is what I tell you. And that is why PNM people, that is why they say that PNM people don't understand their worth. And they don't understand money. How much money did Gladiator work for Mr. Manning? Answer me that now. You could Google that. How much did PNM pay Gladiator? You could Google. Anybody watching the live right now, just Google that. Just press the microphone on Google and say, how much did the PNM pay Gladiator?
Pastor Google, you saying a day, you know?
Hey, if a man getting 2 point something million dollars.
A day you saying, you know?
Well, let me done the talk there, because like you understand how this politics thing does go. You really understand how this politics
because you are telling me a day, and I know a lot of your callers right now, a lot of your listeners listening to 15 grand a day, and people suffering in the country.
No, Brian, you missed that. No, I'm saying to you that is not now. That was quite back in 2010 to 2015. That was in 2010 to 20, and anybody who's listening, that is, I'm not talking about in the UNC opposition either. I'm talking about the UNC in government from 2010 to 2015, when the country had money. Right? And there are people who was working and who must be still working for that and more a day to maintain this government relevance on social media. That's the reality of it. It are people who they may be working for it, like in this context. So one person working for this minister doing a social media page. So they might be working for Philip Alexander doing his social media page. Khadija Amin doing her social media page. Roger Alexander doing his social media page. And all of them money come together at one in a day. Could be more than 15,000. Could be more than $15,000.
I think people want to call in. I will come off now, and people may want to call in to talk to you. I may call back, but have a good evening.
All right, man. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
You was right. I Google it.
How much?
Google it.
How much he got?
Right.
How much he got?
Real money, boy.
How much? How much?
I don't want to
say it. No, say it, because people might be thinking I'm lying, or people might be thinking that I'm exaggerating. How much did Gladiator get from Patrick Manning?
$1 million.
Thank you.
Grand total. I don't live for that.
Grand total, and that grand total was for a general election.
Oh, cool. That real though, man.
Only leave me alone with that now. Leave me alone with that.
I'm coming back when I learn power. Bye.
That was under Patrick Manning.
Yeah. When Ricardo Welch.
Yes.
That is better known as the Gladiator.
Yes.
Ricardo Welch. Wow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, bye. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Oledo, to tell me, I sat down in a radio station for 15 years and see bag of money, Look, leave me alone now. Leave me alone, eh? You only feel you and see that play games. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pastor Google. It's alleged that they give him $1 million.
It's not alleged. We have pictures of it.
Well, I ain't seen no pictures, but anyhow.
It's not no alleged. Wait, just now. I am going to pull it up and show. It was a whole news article.
Well, right, okay. Well, I'm making my point. And when you say that, I heard a female talk show host go along the same road you went along.
Which is?
That it seems as though the PNM, after they assume what Gladiator get, all talk shows based on the PNM believe that they should get what they believe that Gladiator get.
What they believe he get?
Well, I go in.
Nobody believe in a man. I know.
So let's go along with Gladiator get $1 million. Talk shows, plenty talk shows on after that. Andy Williams, Aisha Wells,
So just now. Don't call no names on this platform, please.
Well,
no, because because I don't know for a fact that them believe that they should have gotten that.
No. I'm not saying they should get his $1 million.
No, I'm not saying his million either. I am saying that you are calling people's names, and I don't know for a fact that they said that they wanted $1 million too.
No, I'm not saying that they said they want $1 million. I'm simply stating that these people had the same view that because they knew, as you outlined, that Gladiator was paid because they were part of the group at one time. All those names that I call there were part of the group, along with Kingsley. That is why, ma'am, Miss Lady.
You keep calling people names, sir. Please refrain.
I apologize. So you understand those four that I called there was a part of that group. After that payment was paid, all of them started realize that I could sing for my supper. The Miss Lady went along the same line at one time. That this thing benefited me. The next two, the other three, was already swing. And one was going back and forth. That tells me, Pastor Google, anytime nobody pays me to pick up my phone and call you or any radio program that I feel that I could voice my opinion because what they're saying about my nation is rubbish, I call. I am not doing this to benefit because I hear this PNM have what the UNC have. You know why the UNC doing what it is they're doing in order to get what they want? As I outlined to you last night, I see a man with a truck and a pressure washer washing the Couva flyover. So when you could do that and get that, you can't do that under the PNM. Them kind of these, I'm saying that they might have corruption, but them kind of things so blatant in your face.
So that is, let me just I just want to say this to you. I appreciate the fact that you have let me just say that thing. All right, go ahead. You go ahead. But
I understand all your point, you know.
No, it's not my point. I'm saying that you see, the point I'm making really is when the UNC is in opposition, they have their business as friends, they have their finances, the people who don't depend on the government for anything.
Don't say that.
Even if they're depending on, I'm talking about business people.
Yes,
I'm talking about, and even if the business people are still getting from the government, all well and good. But what they do, I want you to catch this point, is that what they do is, if I sit in front of a microphone in a radio station and I defend the UNC,
yes,
the financer will find me,
yes,
sit with me and say, sir,
yes,
how you living? Just let me finish. Finish. How you living? What's your salary? You work for $5,000 a month? Okay, I will add 10 to that. And if you need any more assistance, let me know. How do you reach to work? You what? You travel? No, man. Let me call. All right. Hey, Sudar. One of our key point men on the radio just travel to work, you know. You have any used vehicle there that we could bless him with? We could give to him? Okay. You have a what? All right. Yeah, well, yeah, he could. I think he could take that selfie and hold on with that selfie until we could do better. All right. Okay. Right. Think the thing. Okay. We'll work out the insurance for him, and they will work out something with you.
Yes.
And make sure that you are comfortable to fight for them.
Continue.
Yes, the battle for them.
The hoodwink people.
And yes.
So
and what we're saying is, me, I'm not hoodwinking anybody.
You are not.
I am not hoodwinking. And when I used to be on the radio talking and trying to convince people that the PNM is the best option for the country,
you know outline that, because let me explain to you something. You have a man that you were sitting with on an evening. He to come after you on an evening. He and the next partner. And he have a mantra. Here why he supported Basdeo Pandey or the UNC. You know why? Because UNC make cars affordable in Trinidad and Tobago to buy a foreign used car. And he was in a squatting community and he was able to get water. How much black businessmen in Trinidad and Tobago, besides the man with Fathers for Fathers or whatever he name, how much black men in Trinidad and Tobago you see bringing down foreign used cars?
There are some in South.
Compared to
so don't even go there with, if there's a young man in my community by the name of Haynes.
I'm not listening to what the point I'm making. When this thing starts, now Tom, Dick and Harry doing it. In the initial stages, it benefited one group of people. They facilitate their business and governance to facilitate their people.
Somebody is saying that no matter how you twist it, that is corruption. So wait. So if somebody own a business, here you defending a government that they support, and they decide, here what, I go and sponsor that man. That is corruption?
Yeah, because it depends. Because 90% of the time, somebody send he.
Yeah, but still, how is it corruption?
Right. Somebody send he and tell he, go and talk to he on behalf of me. And when I get into office, I will get, that's why I explained to you last night. A simple thing as the data center. TSTT is a profitable entity, shows a profit a few days ago. All of a sudden you go in and take out Amplia and hand it over to our next man. And telling the citizens, the people who work in there, that here we're going on, this institution might pay less. And the same man you're now paying to handle what Ampere used to handle, go in and take the same money and invest it with our next man to create a data center. It come like, I have a car to sell. And I want to buy the car from you. But here we go, and you give me a next car over there with a driver and tell him go and walk that car. And the money from that car, go pay for the one you have here. They find ways to create. So that is why they make this statement. Why you think the Blue Water man, they had the Blue Water man under so much pressure? Because he is considered a financier of the PNM. So they go after him and they decide to seek out certain members of the Syrian community. That is why Dr. Rowley made this statement, how much people pass visa you take away. Because some of these people now can't go and do business. That is what they're doing because there are very few of us have the ability to invest $1 million or $5 million in the PLM. You and I don't have that. We just say we sponsor the Syrian community benefit. The Syrian community just jump up after 1990.
I hear you.
The way the Syrian community get large is after 1990. Before that, majority of the large businesses was either owned by East Indians or Africans. And the Syrian was now catching themselves. After 1990, them blossom.
So let me ask you. Yes. So let me ask you this. So if a businessman, a PNM businessman, meets with me and he says, Pastor Google, I admire your work, admire what you have been doing on behalf of the PNM. I'm a little businessman. I would like to sponsor you. Sponsor your bills, pay your internet bill, pay your whatever bill. Some people might say, just like what you say, somebody in the PNM must call and tell call and we go handle them. When we get back in office, you go handle them.
All that could be possible. Right? Because we don't know what conversation he had with who. A simple example of that.
So then I shouldn't take that opportunity.
No, you don't know. If you don't know, you don't know.
Okay.
But there are those who know. There are those who sit down and have the conversation and know exactly what's going on. I want you to continue this until so and so particular date. It is outlined to them until when, how they should do it. You feel like any money just so? The agenda is set for you to receive this money in a line in which you must carry down this thing. Anytime you swing from that, you lost the money. That is why today your brother is on a particular radio station and a man who's intellectually.
Who's my brother? Listen to me. Who's my brother on a radio station? I have no brother on no radio station.
Well, your former co-worker on another radio station today or sometime, I see Papa one thing, well groomed up, interviewing a minister. He's intellectually challenged and he's interviewing a minister.
I don't know.
On a state radio station. Because why? The same thing that you just outlined. You could eat a food. And because you could eat a food, you could come and try to describe the same person that look like you because you like a man who gave up for a news car and gave water in a community in which you were squatting. And you forget everything else. And decide that you would continue going on a particular road with a group of people because you get a foreign news car and you get water in your community because you are toting water.
Somebody in life saying that is no businessman, that is people who dealing in drugs.
Not all of them. And you see, Pastor, that also has a lot of truth to it because if you look at and we just be trying to be dumb and foolish. We had one of the largest drug dealers in Trinidad and Tobago, or three of them in my lifetime. Didn't look like me and you. And under a particular commissioner of police, they was able to rein.
You ever heard about Derek King?
Yeah, but he was a small fry.
Okay, to you he was a small fry.
Yeah, he was just he couldn't give me $5 million to open a grocery.
You asked him for it?
But
you know that he don't have. You know that Derek King do have the family members in Couva and Claxtonby and all those areas do have groceries.
Yes,
they don't have any groceries.
I don't know.
Okay.
I can't recall, but I know originally they were from Parsley Street, and then they went to Couva and Freehold Street.
Okay.
More or less. I don't know where they are today.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You don't know, so I will now.
Right, but the point is, we're not disputing that, but compared to the larger picture of things, they didn't have the wealth that fella was establishing and showing off. He was a Pablo Escobar in Trinidad and Tobago.
But you know something I have learned, and I often look at rich black people in Trinidad and Tobago are very quiet.
Yes,
they don't say much, and they don't put out their wealth out there at all. And you always hear people saying, how much rich black people it have, how much rich black people PLM make. But the reality of it is there are a lot.
Yes, but they have to keep themselves isolated because of we own self. Because as we know the brother have, we come in at the brother. We have our own self. Instead of we sit down and find out what it is he do, how long it take him. Tell me what you do now. I believe that I watch it. You ever see the Benz that the man who owns land had to drive? You have to see the Benz that a black man does drive. I tell people, I joke Pastor Google. I remember as a young man growing up to see a black man pull up with a white Bentley, the door swinging out in the opposite direction, jump out in his short pants, well dressed, he cap, he stick. You know how I used to feel, Pastor Google? When I see the Minister of Works and Transport in them time, Hugh Francis, jump out in his short pants with a RX-7 and coming in market there, I seem like I don't know. Them things used to make me feel proud. After 1990, all these little things that we had was wiped away. And we started to sing, all of a sudden we started to sing about the 1%. So we are thinking the 40 PNM back then, compared to who have it now. Actually, at one time I had a man locked up in prison. And every single, you see that grocery by Grand Bazaar, it changed owner about 5 times. The last person they kidnapped, they have a man locked up right now inside. If it's that same person, and if I'm not mistaken, for that same person. That same person was involved in life sport. That grocery changed owner several times. And here we're going on, because I have a man in prison, and he deciding who must get kidnapped, Mr. Manning had to buy a blimp because of what transpired of a man lock up a man. And then they execute the same man. Pastor, we
take some more calls.
Yes, my brother.
All right,
enjoy it.
Thank you. All right, so we're taking some more calls. 464-7003. 464-7003. I saw some people was trying to get through. Let me apologize to you guys. You can go on now and share your views. 464-7003. 464-7003. You know, let me hush my mouth there. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hey, hello.
Hi, good evening.
It's been a while, sir. 2019.
Hi, good evening, sir.
I think some people kind of missing the point here.
Tell us what's the point.
When you spoke about a businessman approaching you to give you an offer, more or less, to speak with the UN, and that businessman doesn't depend on the government.
Mm-hmm.
I am surprised that we are seeing people who are making excuses and talking about that person probably dealing up in drugs, whatever. But if the same question is asked about a PNM financier, we will question the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I think the whole thing is about striking a balance in this whole situation, striking a balance, because I would have spoken to someone who's more or less in the PNM as well. And that person was telling me that the PNM wants to work with certain people's influencers as well. But the problem is money.
Thank you.
That's what I'm hearing.
That's a fact. But it's a fact.
Yeah. You understand? And when I heard that, I understood the argument. it's something difficult when it comes to striking a balance, because the PNM cannot outspend the UNC. Let's be real. They can't.
Why? Why they can't outspend the UNC?
I think the reason why they can't outspend the UNC is because of the amount of finances the UNC has. It's the amount of finances. And more than that, the UNC finances holds no punch. They are willing to spend their money.
Thank you. Win, lose or draw. Win, lose or draw. And let me be real. If they don't care if it's East Indian that is spending it on or African that is spending it on. They don't discriminate with their money for their party.
It's all about getting the message out there.
Thank you.
And that is what it's about. So now the question is the Canadians cannot compete with that. Let's be honest, they can't. So we know, because look, I does a lot of work. I put out a lot of videos, a lot of information. And I don't look, to be honest, say, well, I'm not in a position to say, well, I have to look for finances. I do this because I genuinely love to do it, and I want to put out the right information for people to make the right decision. That is my passion. But there are others who will have other reasons, and that's fine. You understand? But let's not pretend that the PNM could go toe-to-toe with the UNC when it comes to spending money financially. It's just not there.
Yeah.
But again, it's all about striking a balance. That's just how I feel about the matter. But when you said, listen, the finance, a businessman who does not need money from the government spending his money, let's not get wild and go all over the place, and the first thing come to your mind is that, hey, he has to be on drugs simply because he's a financer of the UNC. Because again, if you ask the same question about a PNM financer, we will look to make excuses. One is willing to spend his money. As a matter of fact, many of them are willing to spend the money. They're still doing it today. While they was in opposition, they was doing it.
But everybody knows that. You really think that my colleagues and they were just talking for free and just talking because they want to talk? Come on, they see it as it must benefit them.
Correct. And that's what boils down to. The UNC uses money to talk.
Thank you. While we do it in defense of our nation and support of our country, the UNC do it. A UNC person will say, no, we help you, give it to you because you helping we party.
Correct. And that is a very strong point in media, because one side literally trying to defend the country, genuinely loves the country, while the other say, hey, if I can catch you in this zone for a certain amount, hey, so let it be. Let's work together.
Let's work together.
But the difference is that there's no genuine love for the country.
Thank you.
That is the difference.
That's the difference. Thank you very much, caller.
Have a blessed night, sir.
Thank you very much. And continue doing the good work that you're doing for Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, sir. Same with you, sir.
Yeah, man.
Well, I already gave you flowers already, so I don't know what I did. Take care, sir.
Yeah, man. God bless, man. Yep, Trinidad and Tobago. So continue to take your calls. 464-7003. 464-7003.
Pastor Google, they don't understand what you're talking about. Come like if you're playing for Club A and Club.
All right, let's take this call. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pastor Google.
All right, good evening.
Very good topic tonight. Very interesting. And it's not a topic. If you really speak the truth, you can be demonized.
Hey, Tolman!
No, saying that if you really speak the truth, you can be demonized.
Tolman, you know, eh? You know why I going through it?
I know.
Tolman, no. Don't say it so. Tall man, you of all persons know what I'm going through.
I know.
And you know what I have for you.
I know.
Right.
If listen, I want to start with this, and I want to tell me. So see, if the UNC in 2010 would operate fairly, 2010 to 2015, it operates fairly towards especially African people. And it didn't play this racial politics like what's going on now past Google. It would never appear them. But they can't help themselves. You see just what they did in 2010, 2015, doing again. But let me give you some pointers past ago. You listen to this? Yeah. I'll give you one example. The UNC has been very deliberate when they come into power. You see, when Mrs. Bissetta came into power, in a few months, she went and gave the people who died, children, tiny land, the lands where they say the grandmother and things was working on, although African people were there first, she made sure and went and gave them tiny land. Now, not they working because most of them dead. The children receive it in Lamantil. Why born and grow up? We can we can't even get these to that property. Understand both contracts. I tried. Understand both contracts what I say. Right? And you get a snag when you're trying. Right? These people, yeah, I am saying it plain and bold. You have to be deliberate. When we as activists and people who seeking contracts from the government, going to the government, that they will clear everything, set up everything, to make everything, but pass and go, the amount of hoops and hurdles they have to jump through, sometimes frustrating. Right? It don't be simple, it don't be easy. The people who are custom getting contract now, them have the big business, they have things set up, so, and they have the know-how, they have the people that cut corners to them. But you are the small black man who trying to get a contract. The amount of hoops and hurdles they have to jump through sometimes frustrating. You know how much money I spend, my cousin spend, Malcolm. We run all over paying for contracts. Because sometimes you have to pay up front $1,000 or $500. How much money till you get frustrated, you don't want to do it anymore. You understand? The system does not favor you as the poor black man in this country. Right? And these are things that they have to fix. Right? I cannot be against anyone who is getting contract under the UNC now, or who they are helping, the people. I'm not against them. Right? I'm not against them. Like the political party. What I am saying, we have to be deliberate and take example. Right? Alright. We are justice on time. Justice on time, when I hear the amount of millions they was getting per year, annually, to carry them people from the groups to Port of Spain, the magistrate court and all kinds of things. And it's all a big and horrible look over the airway. People start and the saying was the 1% was getting at the CN business. I think it was amalgamated security. Right? And people start make a whole big backhand, but thank God Dr. Oli come and stop it. Right? But for years, that's what's going on. Was the money trickling down to anybody in our community. What I am not saying that we didn't or the PNM didn't provide real programs to young people to go and be better, you know. But I believe they have to be more deliberate when they deal with the supporters. You wouldn't be in the position right now that you are in, or none of the supporters, because when it looks simple in the party group system that the PNM have, I just pay for my party group over the years, right? All the money, right? I'm the chairman. It have people who can do it. It have people right now. Things hard because they belong to the system, the groups, and things hard. Things really hard. You understand? It has to take somebody who have some kind of income coming in to facilitate the group. Things hard. If they make people who in the group or people who you have on your constituency board or your wherever, you help them. You know who is these people and you help them. Helping you back. Just as what the UNC does do with the people are the financiers that assist them. That wouldn't be you think that wouldn't be a problem? That wouldn't be a problem. You pass a goal. That wouldn't be a problem for you to write a check to give to your party as a businessman. A check to help them when in opposition. And I being real. That would not be your problem. Right? If they come to pass a son, but how could they come to pass a son when you have nothing? When you're in power and you watch, listen. Activists in the PNM that really know to the love of the party, you know. I'm telling you, because I will have gone a long time, you will have gone a long time too. Activists in the PNM that do to the love of the party, but Pastor Google, love doesn't pay bills. I'm telling you, love doesn't pay bills.
All right, let's take some more calls. See how this go. It's already past my time. All right, but I'll take some more calls because I saw people trying to get in. 464-7003. 464-7003.
BCU. I want to buy you. I know corruption. It's leave to you now. If you want to take the option of Club B offering you more. Because you're a very good player and you could perform. So I don't understand what they're talking about corruption. You talking on behalf of
hello, good evening.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening, Pastor Google. I know you had a long show, but I'll try to make it short and sweet. I think one of the objectives of the government at this juncture is to silence people. They're trying the utmost best to silence people. And they will go all out to try to accomplish that. Right? It was said in the press conference on Saturday by the chairman, right? I don't want to misquote him. And it seems apparently the objective of the UNC is to have a one party exist in Trinidad and Tobago. So we have a hard battle ahead. We have a hard battle ahead with these people because they're going all out to silence the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Pastor Google, have a good evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Pastor Google, they don't understand what you're talking about. Come like if you're playing for Club A and Club B see you and want to buy you, that's not corruption. It's leave to you now if you want to take the option of Club B offering you more.
Hello, good evening. All right. Caller, you could call back. I don't know what happened there. Hello, good evening.
Remember, Google.
Hey.
I came from America and I was a job small man. And as I turned on YouTube, wherever program on something I get.
Right. Tell me, ask you something. Anything I said was a lie?
I tell you, me again saying, I don't know what Pastor Google is saying. You went all over the world, boy, by time, boy. So you saying, right, that nobody in the PNM, and even though they have somebody in the PNM, and you know, God, if you come and offer Pastor Google something, and tell them, boy, keep up the good work out in their mind, the good work you're doing, whether for country or for the party, he defend the PNM.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you something, eh? You know what in my mind? I say, I didn't get through the best as yet, you know. But I say, you know, something with them, with these UNC people, and some of them in authority, that who will come on social media and call them, everybody will get pleased at the way, that who eating our food and you're casting a thing bad. When all parties today get any bad.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And I stopped, not this week alone, for something you see really doesn't need the people hungry. You know. I'm not telling you more words I'll say. I say Indian people doesn't need the people hungry. You know. You know what I'm telling you? You know what I'm telling you? Just as how UNC treating some of the activists bad, there's some way, some minister, some body in the UNC that still reach out to you.
Wow.
In 10 years when the UNC was in opposition,
yeah,
I could have still had Dr. Munilal some Bucklis, Julian Johnson Bucklis, and then opposition. And you're telling you? I even go so far, I tell my sister at one time.
Right.
I said, not a week passing 10 years, and this is no liar. Not 1 week, unless me running call or text or ask. That man leave me and my family hungry. You know. Not 1 week in Pastor Google in 10 years and before, you know. And I could have still had him some booklets, you know.
Wow.
Right? And then we should say, when people like Miss Pete, you could hear 2 children going to college, I should take the booklets. Then tonight, and Alloson, you get 8 passes, and let's go on. My thing is, PNM treat all your bad. That was a UNC treaty bad way get. I work, I don't know, but I work better. And not this, not as the Prime Minister said, but better days are coming. Not that, you know. I see the 45 years done, I go get better. I work hard. Pastor Google, only end up in a position below the PNM. Not you alone, plenty activists, plenty callers. It has some dedicated callers, just like me, who are calling radio station for 10 and 25 years. And, right? Sometimes the parties say, no, you get a phone card or you eat away your thing, but you're just defending them and the radio, you're defending them. You're saying your country, but your party, you're defending. And if what you say, not tall man say it out. Tall man shock me, tall man say it out. The PNM person leaves. And a young man telling me that this is on Charlotte Street. And the UNC man me doing this and that, but you know what they're doing? I tell him, not my words, a young man words. You always on social media talk about Chara, Sapphire, and all that shopiness. He says the PNM, they blame him. The PNM, how they leave Lavadero was dedicated to them. And the East West Corridor. PNM should have never let certain things come out their hands. The former Prime Minister should have never let certain things come out his hands. Now when you see these people treating the people good, and as you all said earlier on, the UNC financiers, some of them in finance, some of them are businessmen. You could go buy a Indian a bookstore, and once you know the support the UNC and tell them you're looking for support, they may not ask you for this and that, you know. They might not ask you the money, but get them the book list now. You know, must have somebody in UNC that's help you. But what I see, PNM activists going through after 10 years, it's sad. It's sad. If they're not in the casino, I mean, just as the UNC, just all of we is poor people at the end of the day, you know. And sometimes we are both we is free to do. And Mr. call me, you see, from deep south. You know, some of them that vex with you when you talk on the radio, you listen, when you talk on the radio, there's people who don't like the UNC. Some of them go feel, look how they're talking. All in your talk, man, all in your pastor, I Google it like, why is that? But how them could be talking so just because all they're talking the truth. Right? So, when it comes to me, activists and the whole deserve more than $1 million. There's no corruption in that. Activists, people who bloggers, people who just go out there. I'm talking about who come Johnny lately and who just put on underwear, namely panty, and go on Facebook and say, this is Kamala and Cuss, and next minute they either in HEC or they myself. So we ain't talking about them. I talk about dedicated people like you and others to the PNM. Right? We ain't talking about the minister in HEC now, who supports Kamala, and he getting the best slice of cake right now. I talk about true soldiers. True soldiers. Because when Philip Alexander was cussing the UNC, he was cussing the UN radio program. You know?
Yeah.
The UNC activists was cussing he get out the UNC activists and them in the mind now like COP and all the others. You know? When all they work hard, you feel when you call and you say, when you call and you defend Dr. Kito, you defend this one, or you defend this one, you feel like you know what something, you know what someone you take along your throat? Your children have to be taken care of your surroundings. You want to take a taxi right through? You don't need a vehicle. Eh? So you just don't work and say, just come and say, great DCP and them, great UNC. Bataya. Them times gone. Them times gone. Until the PNM can realize that, until the UNC can realize that, anyone can realize that going to stay in power. Who will realize that go come out of power? You see the main people and them, who because of some people them not vote. But when PNM power, somebody should be able to tell what Pastor Google, I want to get him master boy, I want to get him works. They should be able to tell me the same thing when you went in power too. Until that can happen, it will be in and out, and nobody among the people and them. And when it comes to the activists and them, I feel the UNC should activists better. Me asking you.
No, I see it. I saw it for myself.
I can pick up my phone and call real people in the UNC.
Yeah, I saw it for myself.
PNM activists cannot do that. I ain't calling on him, but someone will go like when I call him.
I see it for myself until I remember the afternoon when the two announcers tell me, hey, hold on for me there. You understand? Yeah. Men go on and get their lily white Kia Sportage.
I leave the money for you. May not get that every day, but you got to be getting an envelope.
Yeah.
How corruption in that? This hardware could have said, this one could have said, I'm not defending nobody, no corruption.
And the thing about it is, it may not be one person. It may not be one person who giving you that money. Is maybe it might be.
You go buy a home and your house burned down, or shut this happen or that happen. But always upon always the salary phone just go off the hook.
But look, all right. But look here, bring up a name there. Look here, bring up a name there. Watch what happened with he supported the UNC. He supported them. And look when they got into office, a year and some months, and he done get he TV license.
You telling me?
He done get a TV license for supporting them.
No, the PNM was she to get no license. So that they did a talk she brought out. No. I shall should have said it around me. No. But if she says she's voting, everybody except she. We poor people, we strugglers, we activists. And nobody will feel you.
The UNC do take care. At the end of the day, the reality, and I will never ever deny the fact that the UNC does say about the supporters. They do see about, and they do, anybody who they know for a fact putting their head out there for them to just take care of them. In government, out of government, they seen about them.
Yeah, you're correct. But I tell you that man never leave. And they go say, he does be in corruption. He can afford that. That man never, I tell you, I cannot carry a child booklet say he take it.
Yeah, man. All right, listen, we will talk.
So I just saying that they said nothing wrong with what they're saying. It's time those, whether in opposition or in administration, start to see what the activists more serious. Days for them thing gone. Pastor Google shouldn't be suffering. Should they shouldn't be suffering?
Yeah. Thank you, man. We will talk.
Come on, and plenty others.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Later.
When I seen to that Davy and my sister said, don't call she name at all. When I seen my sister to that Davy and all them PNM activists and them, that them should be driving in things big and high, winding along the window, having drivers. Me asking you, when I see Pastor Google, I don't get Pastor Google a bouncing tongue.
Yeah. Where is me going? Either going for the bus or going for the water taxi.
Pastor Google to be going for a bus.
Going for the bus or the water. When I used to be working,
yeah. So whatever the PNM will say, some of them were glad you stay at that level. No. Whether we the bash each other, we understand the study as black people, as a great Twin Island, these things need to stop. When I see what I go to the put us so long, yeah. And listen all that way. Whether UNC, whether it's TNM, right, we are saying the same fighting, we're always fighting, but we think we cause always the better one. Say, hey, well, boy, when I do so much, there are 2 or 3 or 500 in my throat, push in my wallet. I must only see Pastor Google and give my bounce. Come on now, man. Come on now.
So we go talk and listen.
We go talk and listen.
No, and some people may not like what I'm saying, and it's the truth. Some people might be vexed and saying what I'm saying, but I see it with my own 2 eyes. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Nobody had to tell me. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. You understand? And the reality of it is that, we want people to come out and talk. We want people to defend, or not defend, but we want people to come out. But people are afraid to come out because there's nothing put in place to buffer the coming out. There's nothing to put in place to buffer somebody. If they come out, look, last time we were talking to 10%. And 10% said, hey, if I did come out and stand up in front of Barry Padat and say, we will remember that you promised us food tomorrow when we hungry today. 10% say he would have gotten suspended. If 10% had gotten suspended, what was in place to buffer 10%? If he had got suspended, some people would have said, but you stupid. You dotish out. You put your whole job on the line. Are you stupid? That's what some people would tell him. But if that's his conviction that he was going on now, Barry is promising us food tomorrow when we hungry today. What if he had lost his job for doing that? What does the PNM have in place to buffer him? But some people might say, shouldn't. Why are you bringing the PNM in that? The PNM have nothing to do with that. He chose to do that on his own. So let him stand the consequences and the bounce of it. Really? Wow. Hello, good evening.
Hi, good evening again. I like that. I'm glad. Well, I listen on my phone, so I heard that little piece of Anderson. And when I hear all you, I've been singing something in this PLM party for 30 years now. We, who makes up the majority of the party, have no say in the PLM.
Why you say that?
Because let me explain to you something. When the UNC go in the parliament and they have a problem, they bring a pundit, they bring that one, or they bring this one. We have a problem. We have nobody to go in the parliament as a senator to voice the views that here we're going on. Lavantil need a little more work.
That is not true.
That is true.
Let me tell you why that is not true.
Why is that not true?
Under Patrick Manning, Mr. Manning brought a man by the name of a Rastaman. Forget the Rastaman name now. From Lavantil. He was a talk show host.
I know you're talking about. He died. Oh God.
Yes.
I know you're talking about. Right.
When he was a talk show host, he worked on the radio station that I worked on.
Yeah, right.
Not Maki. I forget. And that's not his name.
Maki is the one from Sao.
Right. But I remember Mr. Manning would have brought him into the into the Senate to talk on behalf of Lavantil people.
And you know how much, and that brings me to my point. And you know how much licks Mr. Manning gets.
That's okay, but he did it.
But he had to take him out.
No, he didn't have to. He was a temporary senator.
But eventually, he could not replace him with another person because he could not continue to take that last because...
Well, I don't know that.
Let me make my point.
No, it's not about making your point. The thing about it is that you made a statement that people in Lavantil has never had anybody in the Senate or the Parliament to talk on behalf of their problems.
Besides that one occasion that
I could call another occasion.
You're missing my point. My point is, yes, and every time we try that, we get licks and we back down.
That is not true. That is not true. But all right, okay, you want to believe that is true? Okay, but here what I'm saying to you. Even up to what date was, up to last year or this year, the opposition leader would have brought a young man in the parliament who is disabled. And he was talking on behalf of the disabled people of Trinidad and Tobago of what they were going through. And he even pelted some jab at Philip Alexander for parking in a disabled spot and stuff like that.
Yeah, my point, listen to my point. My point is this. The UNC consistently, they use a phrase, geographic discrimination. They sing that from back then to now and still continue to sing it. That is why their corporations presently now get more funding than the PNM corporations. The point I am making to you is, we right now sitting down and putting ourselves at PNM is a black party.
Sir, I don't want to. You're going down. No, I'm not going down that road. Sorry. No, I am, sir. You see where you're going there? I'm not going down that road. That is not the discussion.
No.
I don't want to go down the road about the PNM and Black Party talk.
Yes, but so let me ask you a question. The people that are asking about who not getting help, and they not black people who support the PNM who views that all they're talking about need help?
All right, so no. The person, but he talked about us who he knew, but there are also, and there was one who called in a while ago, an East Indian man. You may not have heard him. But it was an East Indian man calling a while ago and talk about it, and he talked about how he does do his stuff for the PNM, and he feels as though
I heard him.
Right, but so wait, so don't think that it's only African people alone that does blogs for PNM.
That's not
or
that.
talks
That's
for
not,
PNM.
that is not what I am saying.
And that is
I'm
not. And
saying
when
that.
Anderson talked just now, he was not. He made it very clear. He made it very clear that he was talking on behalf of all the PNM what do you call us? Activists. And there are East Indian activists.
You see, listen to what I'm saying to you now here. Here the point all you made here, you and Anderson made, that the UNC does look after their activists, whether they're in office or out of office. That's
Right.
In order for them to do that, they have money, right?
We say that they have their business people do it.
Right. This is the point I am trying to get to you. And the point I'm trying to get to you is to get the money. The point I'm trying to get to you, the largest group of people in the PNM is African people. First thing first. We tried all kind of different institutions, Black Caucus, this, I tell them, the only thing that holds black people together in Trinidad and Tobago is the PNM. Nothing else. Everything for the PNM, black people scattered all over. Because we're Catholic, Anglican, Presbyterian, Baptist. Outside it, we have one group of people make up largest of the opposition, Hindus. Then they may have the Presbyterian, the Muslims, majority, minority. Compare to one group of body. We don't have that. We don't have a group of body as that sort to voice their opinion. That is why the PRO or the party could come out and tell we how going on. We was oppressed for so much years under the PNM and Catholics and Anglicans. And this time now is our time now. The PRO just said that a few months ago when they get into office. Understand their logic. We, as a group of black people, spread out. The point I am making to you, if we want to raise that money you talking about, to pay a man to come on the radio to talk that talk, we as the largest group in that body have to trust somebody, not like how I put my $100 with a group of people to give me a grocery and money gone. We have to trust the PNM and put we money. When they ask where the money come from, we could come together and say, hey, the 100,000 are we within this organization, within the PNM, we raise so much and so much money. Wherever the PNM get out of their institution, that them business. When you ask who going to help that same man, when you call him 10%. We who make up the 100,000, how much? Pay me $50 besides the money that we contributed to the PNM party for something like that, man. We don't have that in our institution yet after 60-something years.
And who fault is that?
I am making, Pastor Google.
And who fault is that?
We fault.
Okay. Okay, sir.
We fault. They have a group of Satmaraj draw the whole thing together and make the UNC what it is today. Because of what? Their religion. Enjoy your night.
I hear you. You know, and sometimes, you know, I now understand why more and more, if my aunt is listening, why she just tell me to read. Do not read the chat. Don't read that chat. Oh gosh. I don't see why my aunt just tell me to read that chat, you know. And I will not read what I'm seeing on the chat. I will turn away. I'll take off whatever is going on that chat. Let them talk in that chat, because I don't know since when I need to listen. I must not talk on my platform. I need to listen. If somebody's saying something that is wrong or off, I must just leave them, let them talk and listen. Listen to when you're telling me something that is not true. Mr. Manning had a man from Laventille, a Rastaman. Since when I must just hush and just listen, because he might be saying something that you might be agree with. I must just hush and listen. Since when I must just hush and listen? Anyway, hello, good evening.
Good evening again, Pastor.
Who's the guy name who used to work with us on 91.9? Who, Mr.
I think it was Mohammed Shabazz.
Mohammed Shabazz. Mohammed Shabazz.
Yeah, that was my partner.
And Mr. Manning didn't get no licks for putting him as no senator? People love that. People actually give Mr. Manning kudos and say actually listening to the ground.
Yeah. Yes.
I remember that. people actually tip their hat off to Mr. Manning and say, first politician who get it right.
You see, go ahead, Pastor Guru, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Mama Shabbat was a good one. From 9 stories in over. But Pastor Guru, we at the end of our Charia comments we was making just now. Basically, if you listen to what he was saying, he was basically agreeing with you, When he speak about coming together and putting up funds and basically what the UNC does too. But you see, what he's not getting, it don't have that structure. It don't have that structure within us, right? If we foster that kind of structure, if we have that structure, if we come together and get that structure, it will work, right? So when we have times like this come around, crunch time, people can live and they can support their own, like how the UNC does support their own, right? I've been reading some people in your on the chat going out there, and some of them people delusional. You can't tell people we people who talking, who have the right to speak, they can't talk or the organization not like that. First of all, the PNM is not an African organization, it's a cosmopolitan organization. The PNM embraces all. It has everyone of every race in the PNM, and anybody can lead the PNM of any race. And I acknowledge that is a fact, and we can't get away from that. The PNM is not an African organization, right? The PNM embraces the whole country. Different from the UNC. The PNM, the UNC win the dress. But what the underlying factor is race. And I said it early on, and I'll say it again. If they had used the opportunity again in 2010 to 2015 and really embrace the African community, and instead of window dressing, the PNM cannot come back in power. But the issue is race. They see that now today. Look how they're treating people. Right? Look how they're treating African people on the East-West corridor, just as what Dr. Orly said on the platform, because they understood it. And the issue is race. And if they don't change that, they will lose again. Right? But Pastor Gold, people must be free in the PNM and not frightened to say what on their mind. You can't muzzle people, or someone who on the chat who feel people not supposed to talk, or what Pastor Gould saying is he not supposed to be with the PNM is not a cult? It's not a cult? If it's a cult, let me know. Right? If I can't be free to speak, I could be free to speak against the UNC, or I can't share my thoughts on how I would like my party to go. Well, let me know. You understand?
But you know what is the sad thing? And I just put in myself in this situation. So everybody know that I support the PNM, right?
Fully.
And they know what I stand for.
Exactly.
It's not that easy. It's not easy to go and get a walk,
No, I not get no walk. You not get no walk.
Some people might be saying, in the comfort of their home and saying, well, go and get a work.
But they have their job. They say, no, and they have their job, but you can't. I sure you can't get a work, use Pastor Google. And I know I can't get one.
Yeah.
You understand? I go and apply for any government contract right now. They know me. You understand? I just like victimization. What do you think that is? People who want to chat. It's because you're speaking to the PNM. It is because you're speaking to the PNM. I was activist for over 20 years in the PNM. That's why when times come like now, you are ostracized, you are victimized. Right? Pastor Google, on the talk show for 15 years. And that is why you can't get work.
I remember.
That's why when you come on the program, you have to ask the listeners to support this program. It is not easy.
I remember that time. I remember in 2010, 2015. I went to get a CPF contract. And the woman tell me, she say, you is Pastor Google, you cannot get a contract here.
Exactly.
I will make sure you don't get a contract here. I say,
what? But you see, people, listen. When I go to, I went Mount Hospital with my rival, and an activist of the UNC heard my voice, a lady. Why, Pastor Google? If I wasn't good for myself. And she just heard my voice, you know. She picked me out from my voice. You saw, man, this and that, and something to us I didn't know about, right? And I was defend myself.
Somebody say, one time Pastor used to stand up for the right, but financial issues, financial issues, taking over. Yeah.
Yeah, the thinking.
Taking over his thinking.
Yeah. When the person over her thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, they spell. It's not that. It's not that.
And somebody's asking. They hope I got what was. Somebody asking. I hope you got what is owed to. No, I never get it. I still have them in court for it.
Pastor Google, where the PNM would have been without you, somebody like you, because right now they silence every talk show host's voice. He's one of the few who on YouTube right now defending the PNM. So who would they would have been listening to tonight and writing the chat to tonight? And you made a statement about Ian Allen earlier on, Pastor Google.
Mm-hmm.
He just a year now, and he gets his TV license.
Yeah.
No long Happy Boris applying.
my dear friend Dean Francois.
You know who is Happy Boris?
Yes.
No, I'm just speaking.
Senator, temporary senator.
Exactly. You know much time Harvey Boss come on his program and talk about the radio license or whatever he tried to get under the when we be in government. And that's basically along the same lines you're speaking, Pastor Google. People, we have to be deliberate callers or people want to chat. When the PNM come in power, they have to be deliberate towards the people. No long was years Happy Boys talking about your radio license that he can't get. And he outlined it, thing get one, this one, get one, that one, and he outlined it, match, come and get one.
Yes.
He was outlining it.
Yes.
As long as I hear
I tell it, Dr. Dean.
Don't go back into my old ways, man.
Dr. Dean Francois.
Oh God, I'm telling you.
Dean Francois.
All to be real, man. Right, we have what we see, what the talk shows are saying, and the was saying, and I am saying, when the PNM is in power, they have to be deliberate to the people, to the supporters, especially to the activists, the talk shows. Right? Be deliberate. Be deliberate. Look how long I call it to be to have a PNM TV. Some so they could call all the talk show hosts and
the PNM gave Louis Leasing a license. He take that same license and beat PNM with it. They gave Iowa Georgia license. He take that same license and beat them with it. They gave Kenny Phillips a license. The Kenny Phillips take that same license and beat them with it. Olio, don't let me start.
It come like everybody who in UNC was educated under the PNM and now they go on from UNC and say the PNM never do nothing for the country, which is a lie. Ask them how they get their education. Ask them how they become doctors and lawyers. Ask them opportunities the PNM give them. Right? And the children against it, and the people who is diehard, who going down with the PNM, to take out in, or let's say they mustn't talk, or they crazy out, or they really want me to get back in my old ways, or they start to go like God.
Yeah, man. Yep.
Pastor Google, they don't understand what you're talking about. Come like if you're playing for Club A and Club B see you and want to buy you. That's no corruption. It's left to you now. If you want to take the option of Club B offering you more, because you're a very good player and you could perform. So I don't understand what they're talking about corruption. You talking on behalf of our party, the financiers see that, they come to assist you so you could continue. And oh
Lord, I'm trying to play the man voice note now. Hello, good evening.
Hi, good afternoon, Pastor.
Good evening, sponsor. How are you?
I'm cool,
Okay.
I sit down and listening, and I like listening with each other also. So I don't know. It appears that we must just.
Don't say it. Hey, don't say it. Do not say it.
What I say?
Don't say it now, gosh. I know you're coming to say it. Don't say it now.
No, so why we definitely we live in a democracy.
Okay.
We can't bash everybody. But the undermine we business.
Okay, so go ahead, sir. You see me? I'm gonna take off my mic and allow you to say what you want to say. Could I do that?
No, I mean you can do that.
Okay, all right. Go ahead. See what you have to
but
say.
We can't want to bash everybody and want to say this one is and that one is and them is worse. But we are a fixing house. So we are being wrong for saying what we notice that need improvement. So about sense leading. I'm looking at like it might fall. We must just ignore that and wait till it fall. The face fall. Really?
From what somebody's saying that they're disappointed in me because I am in a financial problem or financial whatever, I am encouraging what it is? What the person say? Something with guy they're disappointed in me. Pastor, what just now? It's something that's about pastor.
People will say something.
Okay, somebody say one time pastor used to stand for the right, but financial issues falling over him. So because I appear to be going through some financial whatever, I changing my tongue. Me changing my tongue. I still stand up for the right thing.
Waiting your tongue too.
You know, maybe I need to change my tongue. Let me tell you something, and I said it here already. And I send the recording. There's a listener on this program here who could tell you that I send the recording of a UNC person telling me that if I close down my laptop, they will send me an open check.
I remember you said,
and I taped them. I taped them telling me that. Everybody, now they say, everybody have a price. Everybody have a price, yeah. Pastor. Where's your price?
And Pastor, that person was not every year. That person was hierarchy.
Thank you. Thank you.
That person wasn't every year. That was a hierarchy.
Thank you.
But let's forget that, Pastor. Who vex loss? We had to fix this in the house. Who vex loss? We had to fix the house. And we had to identify what in the house needs fixing. So, as painful as it is, we had to do it. Who vex loss? So I don't understand because we cannot continue and move and bury head in the sand and move as if it's business as usual. Because you know why? The same fence we ignore, the same pillar we ignore is going to fall. And it's going to and when that falls, it's going to be a domino effect. We can't we don't care who say what they say, no. We are to fix the house. And my business, who vex that is we fix the house, we business. You feel Pastor, you feel it's yellow that go share. You know people that stop me when I go in grocery or when I buy this or when I go, you 10%.
Hiena.
You
know what woman that stop me? What woman that stop me and tell me, leave the boy alone now. You always interfere with the boy. Leave the boy alone. I say, Miss Lady, I don't do the boy nothing, you know. Well, yes, you always troubling the boy. I just be troubling you. I let interfere with you, Bridget.
No, you don't. And then we lay back and forth, man, you ask me. Anyhow, I was, if you feel, Pastor, I know if you talk, man. I know Thomas, I can't even remember seeing him, man. I know Thomas since I was 18, I'm about 18, 19. I know Thomas, man. And Thomas, man, I will always be stuck to him because at one time, I don't know if he tell it to you or if he mentioned it. At one time, the policy I see house, all the house to go was a cost down Cox, and he said no. Do you guys it?
Yeah.
I was about 19, 20. When that happened, the policy, all the house to do was a cost down Cox, and he get the keys. And as you can see, people who want to heat the cost down and the one to do it in a form on camera.
Yeah, this now.
and he said no.
Yeah, this now. Somebody put up on the live, right? They're saying, but this makes no sense. Their talk shows, SM shows, have no more than 900 ever at one time viewing and listening. They have no what? Okay, we have no reach. So why should they bother contributing?
Who said we are reach here? At 11:53 night, you on we show telling we are not rich.
We are not rich. Wait now, I want to show them no.
You cannot be anyway. You cannot be in your bed sleeping. You cannot be in a bar drinking a beer. But you telling me you can be on the avenue in a bar drinking a beer. 11:54 night. You telling me on this chat we have no rich. But you're here. So how we are rich? We doing here?
I don't reach we. Wow.
What we doing here? What you doing here? We are not rich.
Oh.
Of course we are not rich. But I hear because look what is look what he is. She is at this night. We are rich, really. You see, look for years 11:54 night to tell you we are rich. You could have been in bed sleeping. You could have been on the avenue drinking a beer, but you on a chat here 11:54 night to tell me we are rich. You have a good night, brother. You could say you want, but I'm sure tomorrow he or she gonna be here again. So here we going to see.
The person say I don't reach me.
Yeah, but here every night. We are not rich, but here every night.
Wow.
So we are not rich. You guys heard them? You see what happened to half of them is half of them want us to be our show, but we ain't doing that. This is not our show. This is a building show, and certain things will be said. Certain things may be said that might what people do wrong, but we say it anyway because it must be said.
Wow.
So not because you ain't say it, not because you ain't say that means it will go away. It wouldn't go away. It just get worse.
Person say I don't reach me.
Second. You say you're not person who say we are not rich. 5 to every night. We are not rich.
Oh my God, I don't reach. All the good, yes.
5 to 12 every night. You on the live tell me we are not rich. You can be anyway.
Somebody calling 5 to 12. Somebody calling still. I don't reach. I want to show them before I leave. I will show them why it's no reach.
Pastor, I just calling to say, you know what? People might not like it, but we have to fix. We have to fix the fences. We have to mend floors. We have to do a lot of work. And you know what? Bury your head in the sand doesn't mean it will go away. It will not go away.
Thank you very much, man. All right. So I'll take one last call. That last caller we're trying to get to our program that have no reach. Oh gosh, the program have no reach. Hello, good, yes? Let me take this call. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pastor Google.
You're calling a program that have no reach, you know?
Yeah, I know I'm calling very late. I was trying to call in.
Yeah, but you're calling a program that have no reach. You didn't really reaching nobody. Nobody watching me.
I was actually going to speak to that, right? So that person in the chat who said that, I think that's very disingenuous, one. And also, because I've been watching the chat since the show started, and there's a gentleman named P.F. Cutters was mentioning certain things to your effect, basically supporting what you said, respectfully. I'm just respectful to the person in the chat who mentioned that. I'm reading their comments now. They still have now very civil, respectful discourse, even though that they disagree. Now, here's the thing, though, to solve all this, right? Do you have any close contacts with the current political leader and the opposition leader?
Yeah.
Right. Let's solve this now. Do you know every time the PNM has a meeting, they pull the stream on their official YouTube page, right?
They just pull the stream?
Yeah. There's also have their own stream on the PNM TV YouTube channel.
Yeah, they do.
Right. Here how we go solve this now. Because when you basically rightly say here what now, you and others, Sharon Felix, when she was on radio, Juliet Davy and when Dominic was on radio, putting their neck out for the party, you definitely, you all deserve rewards. And as such, the PNM's YouTube page, since that you don't have no mainstream radio station, media station to be on right now, as UNC took over 91.9 state media to be a propaganda machine.
Yep.
And put uneducated, unintellectual people to run that program talking about a nonsense every single day.
Yep.
Or things they do nothing on. If you have the ear of the political leaderships currently right now, could you have a conversation with them to use your YouTube channel and get all your activists, get back Miss Felix, get back Miss Davy, Mr. Anderson and them, get even put Dominic on, even though he has his own channel. Get Harvey Boris back on. Even put Mr. John Gill and John Benoit on. All the activists on the PNM YouTube channel. Every single day of our program. The same schedule. Because we need a mainstream PNM voice in media. We don't have it except 95.5 with Diane Master in the afternoon, really. And maybe John Gill and John Benoit sometimes on the barbershop on Saturdays. But generally, we have very few voices on mainstream media. So that is why the UNC are drowning us now with their propaganda. As Stuart Young said in last press conference, the UNC still using Cambridge Analytica in its new form called Flood the Zone, where they're bombarding the population with different types of propaganda, distracting them right now of all the things they're doing behind the scenes. Nobody knew we were getting AI data centers until all of a sudden there are press conference that they're announcing it. And you can clearly see all the agreements are already in place. It's inevitable. It's going to come. We cannot stop it. So if you have the ear of the political leadership, could you ask the opposition leader to use the PNM TV YouTube channel as our mainstream everyday media, where you can have a program, Miss Davy can have a program, Mr. Anderson can have one, Harvey Boris to come back, even Dominic, any voice for the PNM back on regular mainstream media. We need you all pronto now. Because trust me, we are losing this fight. We are losing this fight. And that's the only way we'll solve many of the issues until you keep fighting to get your own media house. Because Tallman is correct. Tallman is correct. So long I know Harvey was asking for a TV license.
But the people who are on the chat who are saying that we should not be rewarded, right? That is what they see in the context of we should not, people like us, like Harvey Boris and they, should not get no TV license. Because if the PNM do that, they're just like the UNC. That's the lengths of disrespect people go to when it comes down to rewarding or seeing about people who genuinely want the best for Trinidad and Tobago and who you know will give you the right information and stuff like that. You know that Harvey Boris will give you the right information. You know that I will give you the genuine information, but don't give you no TV station. Okay, people like people who you know will turn against you and blaze you.
That's right.
That doesn't make sense.
That don't make no kind of sense at all. That don't make no sense at all. Because so long, I know Dr. Rowley has an office. Come on, you made a temporary center, yes, but so long, we're not asking for no financial reward like that. So, a reward at that media license to keep putting the message of the PNM out there, where this 2025 election, we'll still be in office. Because I remember when you and Dominic was on 91.9, since 2018, I can remember listening to him, asking for a regular meeting from Dr. Rowley. We are not getting regular political meetings. So the UNC propaganda was basically sown into many of the minds of the PNM people who stayed away from voting. We don't have regular public meetings because one reason it's expensive too. They will say that obviously they are government ministers, they're focused on running a country, so they don't have much time. But yet, at the same time, you have to make time because the UNC have so much time. Bombarding to Monday Night Forum every week, then the PSN report on Tuesday, then the press conference on Sunday. The propaganda machine was in high gear and it worked. That's why we're in opposition. So I'm pleading with you, Pastor Google, please talk seriously with the leadership to use the YouTube channel as a regular, everyday PNM outlet to talk serious business and reach the people, because this program has reach. As you already said, we after midnight Wednesday morning and over almost 500 people still listening. Because this is a great program. We bring this constructive talk. I bring a constructive idea. Where we can have basically a permanent outlet that we can talk our voices, so all the mainstream voices to come back. Thank you, Carl. Have a good night, sir.
Same to you. Hello, good evening.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hello,
Hello, good morning. You need to load on your TV.
Hello, good morning, Pastor Guru.
Hi, good morning.
All right, I'm just saying, I'm just calling on this program.
Yes, sir.
All right. Far-reaching man, calling from Tobago.
You're calling from Tobago?
Yeah.
Wow, thank you very much. What part of Tobago are you calling me from? What part of Tobago are you calling me from? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. What part of Tobago are you calling me from?
Scarborough.
Scarborough. Okay, thank you very much. Tell me, what is
Right,
your thoughts?
Yes, I'm just calling to say the program have reached. I've been listening to your program nightly.
Yes, sir.
And good work, very good work.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, and you continue to have my support.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate this call from Tobago.
You're most welcome.
Okay, then. Bye-bye. You see, I wanted... Wow. Wow. Thank you very much, caller, and thanks to all the callers for calling. So I'm about to end the program now because it's after 12. But I just want to play this voice note because I've been trying to play this voice note for a while.
So we will. They may understand what you're talking about. It come like if you're playing for Club A and Club B see you and want to buy you. No corruption. It's left to you now if you want to take the option of Club B offering you more because you're a very good player and you could perform. So I don't understand what you're talking about corruption. You talking on behalf of our party, the financiers see that, they come to assist you so you could continue and have basically feel very convenient and have all your convenience and whatnot. So these boys, Pastor, I leave my children tell you, you know how to up the game, understand what I'm telling you too. Them had to forget the 1962 movements. Up there, we in the new millennium time now. Please, even so we understand, there's a party will give you the facts, but they have to up the game and at least prepare for these kind of moments like this. We know the kind of dictators we're dealing with. So all of them have to chip up and prepare for this. There are somebody like you, well, Dominic is in government. But you see somebody like you, need about two or three persons again like you and Dominic to have the platform so that way people can hear the words. You understand? I'm telling you and I know what I'm telling you. You understand? It's over 50-some years I out here. Playing them at least up the game a little bit. I'm begging you, please. You understand? The oldest powerhouse I've seen it have there is Gonzalez. But the only powerhouse I've seen it have there. Yeah, so I stay at home. He's a powerhouse, but you could see I don't check out going. He doesn't really in too much. He more politicized and whatnot, but for several reasons I give him right and whatnot. You understand? But the only powerhouse is Marvin. But I always say, and I used to be telling you on 91.9 when I was there. I used to be giving message. Anytime Dr. Oli gone, if you are going to him, because that is the man who coming out and they say me arrogant, but he's the man that come and spread the word and had to put on heavy measures and whatnot and thing. But the only fall on there is Marvin. And what going on? Marvin have as soon as he will take a certain amount of leeway Because remember, he's not the opposition leader. But I not sorry, give Marvin full way, he will explode. Trust me. I'm watching the guy.
All right, so here's why I say my good night to everyone, or well, good morning to everyone, and thank you all very much for being a part of Constructive Talk. Well, yesterday, Tuesday. All right, I didn't mean to go so long. Let me apologize, but thanks again to all of you for being on.
The information provided by the speakers and or presenter on Facebook and YouTube is for general informational purposes only. All information is provided in good faith. However, Constructive Talk makes no representation or warranty of any kind, express or implied, regarding the accuracy, adequacy, validity, reliability, availability, or completeness of this information.
The Constructive Talk team with Pastor Google are asking for your support in their back-to-school drive. Let's help the less fortunate children get ready for the new school term. Donations of notebooks, copybooks, stationeries, and book bags would be greatly appreciated. Show your love, show your generosity by contacting 464-703, and we will organize collection of your donations. Thank you from the Constructive Talk team. And remember to be kind, be generous, and be loved.